When the Hegemony High Command scanned Sector 4, they saw a soft target. They saw a retirement colony filled with arthritis, failing hearts, and obsolescence. They expected a quiet surrender. What they failed to calculate was that Redstone isn't just a nursing home. It is a soft exile for the monsters who survived the Unification Wars. They blocked our supply drops, cutting off the insulin and the heart meds, thinking biology would do their dirty work. They were wrong. They forgot that when you back a soldier into a corner, they fight. But when you back a combat engineer into a corner, they build a weapon. We didn't answer their digital hails because we run on diesel, cast iron, and pure spite. Marjorie Ironheart didn't ask for mercy. She unhooked her oxygen tank to fuel a plasma cutter. Lillian didn't scream at their six-legged predators. She pack-bonded with them and fitted them with scrap metal armor. They brought laser grids and logic algorithms to a fight against bolt cutters and seismic mining charges. They tried to hack our systems, but you can't hack a rusty tractor screaming towards you at 40 miles an hour. They came here to erase us, but instead, they triggered a war against the only humans too stubborn to die. They wanted our land, but they're about to learn why the galaxy left us alone. Welcome to the Redstone Saga. When the Hegemony High Command scanned Sector 4, they saw a soft target. They saw a retirement colony filled with arthritis, failing hearts, and obsolescence. They expected a quiet surrender. What they failed to calculate was that Redstone isn't just a nursing home. It is a soft exile for the monsters who survived the Unification Wars. They blocked our supply drops, cutting off the insulin and the heart meds, thinking biology would do their dirty work. They were wrong. They forgot that when you back a soldier into a corner, they fight. But when you back a combat engineer into a corner, they build a weapon. We didn't answer their digital hails because we run on diesel, cast iron, and pure spite. Marjorie Ironheart didn't ask for mercy. She unhooked her oxygen tank to fuel a plasma cutter. Lillian didn't scream at their six-legged predators. She pack-bonded with them and fitted them with scrap metal armor. They brought laser grids and logic algorithms to a fight against bolt cutters and seismic mining charges. They tried to hack our systems, but you can't hack a rusty tractor screaming towards you at 40 miles an hour. They came here to erase us, but instead, they triggered a war against the only humans too stubborn to die. They wanted our land, but they're about to learn why the galaxy left us alone. Welcome to the Redstone Saga. The geothermal pump shouldn't have been making that sound. Marjorie Kellen pressed her palm against the corroded housing, feeling the rhythm of the vibration travel up through her wrist. 3 beats, a stutter, then a metallic whine that made her molars ache. She closed her eyes and let the machine talk to her. The bearing was shot, obviously, but there was something else. A harmonic frequency that didn't belong. She traced the pipe with her fingertips until she found it. A hairline crack in the secondary conduit, invisible to the eye, audible only if you'd spent 60 years listening to machines confess their failures. She pulled her hand back and wiped the mineral scale onto her overalls. The morning sun was already cooking the red dust into a fine haze that clung to everything. Redstone Colony was 47 prefab boxes, 1 tired water tower, and enough rocks to convince the land it hated corn. It sat in the ass end of colonized space, far enough from the trade lanes that supply drones only came once a week. It was quiet, peaceful, the kind of place where the most exciting event of the week was arguing about whether the bingo caller had mumbled B7 or D7. Marjorie liked it that way. She retrieved her welding torch from the toolbox, adjusted the flame to a tight blue cone, and got to work. The crack sealed with a satisfying hiss. She replaced the bearing with one she'd fabricated last month, tightened the compression bolts, and restarted the system. The pump hummed, no stutter, no whine. Just the smooth, predictable thrum of a machine doing exactly what it was told. She allowed herself a small smile. Perfection was a myth, but reliability, that was just math and maintenance. Across the commons, Sarge Navarro was performing his morning inspection of the eastern fence line. He moved with the stiff-backed precision of a man whose spine had been fused in 3 places, but refused to admit it. He checked each post, each wire connection, running his fingers along the joints as if expecting sabotage. There was no threat out here. There hadn't been a threat in 15 years. But Sarge checked the fence anyway, every morning, like clockwork. Marjorie watched him pause at the section where the prairie dogs had been digging again. He crouched, examined the disturbed soil, then stood and made a note on the laminated checklist he kept in his shirt pocket. She shook her head. The man treated perimeter security like a military installation instead of a retirement colony in the middle of nowhere. Hank Miller was already in the barn, and Marjorie could hear the rhythmic squeak of his polishing cloth against metal. She walked over and found him lovingly buffing the hood of Betsy, his 1987 John Deere 4850. The tractor was an absolute unit, 12,000 pounds of cast iron, steel, and pure analog stubbornness. No computers, no emissions control, just a diesel engine that could burn cooking oil if you asked it nicely. Hank had painted her forest green with hand-brushed gold trim, and he maintained her with the devotion of a man polishing a religious icon. "She's looking good, Hank," Marjorie said. Hank grunted. "She runs a little rich, but she pulls." He found a microscopic scuff near the exhaust and attacked it like a personal insult. Marjorie left him to it. Hank would be out here until lunch, and then he'd take Betsy for a slow lap around the perimeter just to make sure everything still worked. It always did. The commons were starting to wake up. Lillian Chen was in her garden, talking to her tomato plants in the same soothing voice she used on everything from house cats to visiting government inspectors. Rudy was setting up the checkers table under the awning, muttering about how Thompson had cheated last Tuesday and would absolutely cheat again today. Thompson was already approaching with his cane and a smug expression. It was going to be a normal day. A good day. Then the birds stopped singing. Marjorie looked up. The sky was still blue, but there was something wrong with it. A pressure, a weight, the kind of silence that comes right before a thunderstorm, except there were no clouds, just a vast, creeping shadow that made the hair on her arms stand up. She turned toward the commons and saw Sarge frozen mid-step, his head tilted back, his jaw tight. Hank had stopped polishing. Lillian had dropped her watering can. The shadow deepened, not like a cloud passing over the sun, like something enormous blocking out the light. The Hegemony drop cruiser broke through the upper atmosphere with a sound like tearing metal. The silence of stars was massive, a wedge-shaped monstrosity of dark alloy and glowing purple seams, descending with the slow inevitability of a falling mountain. It didn't roar, it didn't scream, it simply displaced the air around it, creating a pressure wave that rattled windows and knocked over Rudy's checkers board. The ship settled into a hover 300 feet above the water tower, its shadow swallowing the entire colony. Marjorie could see the underside bristling with weapons ports and sensor arrays. The hull was etched with symbols that refused to stay still, like the ship didn't agree with being seen. For a moment, nobody moved. 47 retirees stood scattered across the commons, staring up at the ship like field mice watching a hawk. Somewhere deep inside the cruiser's sensor bay, a tactical officer was reviewing the scan results. Population, 47. Average age, 72. Threat assessment, negligible. The officer didn't bother running a second scan. The magnetic interference from the planet's crust was scrambling the deep tissue analysis anyway, making the readings frustratingly vague. It didn't matter. They were just civilians. Then the PA system activated. The voice that emerged was synthesized, flawless, and utterly devoid of emotion. It spoke in perfect English, though the cadence was wrong. Too precise, too measured. Citizens of Sector 4, you are now under the administrative authority of the Tal'Kureen Hegemony. Remain calm. Evacuation and resource assessment will proceed in an orderly fashion. Your obsolescence is being processed. Compliance is mandatory. Resistance is obsolete. The transmission cut off. The ship hung there, humming, waiting. Marjorie looked at Sarge. Sarge looked at Marjorie. Somewhere in the distance, Hank started Betsy's engine. The diesel roar shattered the silence like a gunshot. Inside the silence of stars, the tactical officer frowned at his screen. The scanner had just registered a ground vehicle with an engine signature from the previous century. He marked it as a probable malfunction and dismissed the alert. Marjorie felt something she hadn't felt in 15 years. The old muscle memory, the weight of a welding torch that could double as a weapon. the cold mathematics of structural failure points and load-bearing stress. She looked down at her hands. They weren't shaking. She walked back to her workshop, opened the cabinet she hadn't touched since arriving on Redstone, and pulled out the toolkit she'd promised herself she'd never use again. The one with the reinforced case and the faded military stencil on the side. Chief Engineer M. Kellen, Planet Cracker Division. Behind her, the alien ship's PA system activated again. Compliance is mandatory. Marjorie picked up her plasma cutter and checked the fuel cell. Still full. We'll see about that, she said. The pulse didn't make a sound. It was silent in the way that vacuum is silent, in the way that your ears pop before a pressure change. Marjorie felt it as a wave of wrongness that passed through her chest, a flutter in her sternum like her heart had hiccuped. Every hair on her arm stood up. The workshop lights flickered once, twice, then died. Her phone went dark mid-notification. The digital clock on the wall froze at 09:47 and stayed there. She stepped outside. The commons had gone eerily still. Not quiet. Still. Every electronic hum, every digital chirp, every LED indicator had simply stopped existing. The solar panel array on the clinic roof was dark. The water tower's automated level sensor wasn't blinking. Even the street lamps, which shouldn't have been on in daylight anyway, looked somehow deader than usual. Sarge was already moving toward the clinic at a speed that his doctors would have strongly discouraged. Marjorie followed, her toolbox forgotten on the workbench. By the time she reached the clinic door, she could hear Dr. Yunji's voice inside, calm but sharp, issuing commands to her assistant Kara. Battery backup now. Desk drawer, left side, move. Marjorie pushed through the door. The clinic's main room smelled like antiseptic and the faint ozone tang of electrical failure. Yunji was bent over Thomas Weinstein, one hand on his wrist, the other holding a manual stethoscope to his chest. Thomas was 79, a retired postal worker who spent most of his time complaining about the quality of the colony's coffee. He was also the proud owner of a state-of-the-art electronic pacemaker that had been installed 6 years ago in a hospital 3 systems away. Pulse is erratic, Yunji said, not looking up. The pacemaker's control chip is dead. I'm switching to the external unit. Kara handed her a brick-sized device with leads and alligator clips. Yunji attached them to Thomas's chest with the practiced efficiency of someone who had trained for this exact scenario. The external pacer hummed to life, powered by a battery pack that predated most of the colonists. Thomas's breathing steadied. His color improved from ash-gray to merely pale. What the hell was that? Thomas wheezed. Electromagnetic pulse, Sarge said from the doorway. Broad spectrum. Probably designed to disable communications and transportation. He looked at Yunji. How many others? 3 more with electronic implants, 2 cochlear processors, 1 insulin pump. Yunji was already pulling supplies from a locked cabinet. The processors are non-critical. The pump is a problem. Hank's pump. Marjorie's stomach dropped. Hank was diabetic. His pump delivered a steady microdose of insulin throughout the day, adjusting automatically based on blood sugar readings. Without it, he'd have to go back to manual injections and fingerstick testing. Doable, but dangerous. 1 miscalculation, and he'd be in a coma. I'll find him, Marjorie said, already turning toward the door. Wait. Sarge pointed through the clinic window. We've got company. The drones descended like a swarm of mechanical locusts. Dozens of them, each about the size of a dinner plate, oval-shaped with glossy black carapaces, and a single glowing sensor array that looked uncomfortably like an eye. They moved in perfect formation, spreading out across the colony in a grid pattern. No propellers, no visible propulsion. They just floated, silent and precise, scanning everything. Marjorie watched one hover outside the clinic window, its sensor sweeping back and forth. A thin beam of purple light played across the glass, across her face, across the dead monitor on Yunji's desk. The drone paused, its eye dimmed slightly, as if confused. Then it moved on. They're cataloging us, Sarge said. Looking for resistance capability, weapons, tech, anything that could be a threat. He smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. They're not going to find much. One of the drones drifted toward the commons, where Rudy and Thompson were still standing near the overturned checkers table. Rudy picked up his walking stick, a gnarled piece of oak that he'd carved himself. The drone scanned it. Marjorie could almost see the tactical algorithm running in its tiny processor. Wooden stick, primitive melee weapon, threat level, negligible. The drone dismissed Rudy and moved on. It should have kept moving. Rudy swung the stick like he was aiming for the bleachers. The drone never saw it coming. The impact made a satisfying crack, and the drone pinwheeled through the air, trailing sparks, before slamming into the side of the community center. It hit the ground in pieces. Rudy planted his stick and grinned. "Threat level this, you floating piece of trash." 3 more drones immediately converged on his position, their sensors flaring bright red. They weren't scanning anymore. They were targeting. "Rudy, get down!" Sarge barked. Rudy dropped flat. The drones fired in unison, 3 crackling bolts of something that looked like purple lightning. The energy blast scorched the dirt where Rudy had been standing and left glowing craters in the community center wall. The smell of ozone and burned composite filled the air. Then Betsy's engine roared to life. The sound was glorious, a deep, rattling bellow that shook windows and made the ground vibrate. Black smoke belched from the exhaust stack as Hank gunned the throttle. The tractor lurched forward, treads biting into the dirt, heading straight for the cluster of drones hovering over Rudy. The drones tried to scatter. 2 of them made it. The third wasn't fast enough. Betsy's front grille caught it dead center, and the drone crumpled like a soda can. It stuck to the grille for a moment, sparking and twitching, before falling away in pieces. Hank didn't slow down. He cranked the wheel, bringing Betsy around in a wide arc that scattered the remaining drones like startled pigeons. 1 drone managed to get a scan lock on the tractor. Marjorie could see the purple beam playing across Betsy's hood, trying to interface with her control systems, trying to find a digital access point. The beam flickered, strobed. The drone's sensor array started blinking in a pattern that looked almost panicked. Error. No wireless interface detected, no control network, no computer system. Technology classification, pre-digital. Threat assessment, recalculating, error. Hank lined up another drone and accelerated. The drone tried to dodge. It was too slow. Betsy's tire caught it on the edge, and the drone shattered like cheap pottery. Hank let out a whoop that probably violated several noise ordinances. Inside the silence of stars, the tactical officer was staring at his screen with an expression that his species used to convey profound confusion. His primary sensors were offline. His scout drones were being destroyed by agricultural equipment. The population below was supposed to be helpless without their technology. Instead, they were attacking his units with wooden sticks and construction vehicles. "Commander," he said carefully, "the surface deployment is encountering irregularities." High Commander Vrax didn't look up from his tactical display. "Define irregularities." "The electromagnetic pulse successfully disabled all electronic devices in the target zone. However, the indigenous population appears to be operating pre-digital machinery that our systems cannot interface with. They are also displaying unpredicted aggression. They are civilians, elderly civilians." "Yes, Commander. Elderly civilians who are currently destroying our reconnaissance units with farming implements." Vrax finally looked up. "Explain." The tactical officer brought up a live feed. It showed Betsy making another pass through the commons, with Hank at the wheel and a growing collection of smashed drones in his wake. Rudy was chasing a damaged drone across the grass, swinging his walking stick like a tennis racket. Lillian had armed herself with a garden rake and was methodically pinning drones against the community center wall while Thompson stomped on them. "This is your irregularity?" Vrax studied the feed with the detached interest of someone observing a laboratory experiment. "They are using kinetic force against shielded reconnaissance units. The shields are designed for energy weapons, Commander. They are not optimized for physical impact. Then deploy the corralling units. If they want to behave like livestock, we will treat them accordingly." The tactical officer hesitated. "Commander, I would recommend caution. The scan data is incomplete. The magnetic interference is irrelevant. They are civilians. Deploy the Vrask." Back in the commons, Hank brought Betsy to a halt and climbed down from the cab. He was breathing hard and his hands were shaking slightly. Marjorie reached him in 3 strides. "Hank, your pump." "Dead as disco," Hank said. He pulled up his shirt. The insulin pump on his belt was dark, its screen blank. He unclipped it and tossed it aside. "Guess we're going old school." He pulled a battered glucose meter and a bottle of insulin from his pocket. "Had these in the barn. Backup plan. You need to test. Now." "I will. Soon as we're done teaching these idiots that obsolete doesn't mean helpless." He looked at the collection of destroyed drones scattered across the commons. "How many you figure we got?" 12, Sarge said, approaching with his tactical checklist and a grim smile. 12 confirmed kills. 0 human casualties. He looked up at the silence of stars, still hovering 300 feet above them, silent and ominous. I don't think they were expecting that. Marjorie followed his gaze. The ship hung there like a dark promise, its weapons ports closed, its posture still confident. But somewhere inside that hull, she knew, someone was recalculating. Someone was running new threat assessments. Someone was realizing that the simple invasion of a retirement colony was becoming complicated. Good, she thought. Let them wonder. From somewhere beyond the perimeter fence came a sound that made her blood run cold. It was organic, predatory, a hunting call that started low and rose to a shriek that made her teeth ache. It was answered by another call, then another, until the air was full of them. "What the hell is that?" Hank asked. Sarge's expression went flat. "That's the sound of someone escalating." The first Vrask came over the fence in a single leap. The Vrask came over the fence like liquid violence. 6 legs, low-slung body, scales that shifted from mottled green to aggressive crimson as it moved. It was roughly the size of a large dog, but the comparison ended there. Its head was triangular, almost serpentine, with a ridge of bioluminescent spines that flared and pulsed with each breath. The eyes were too forward-facing for prey, too calculating for simple predation. This was a creature designed by evolution or engineering to hunt in packs and overwhelm resistance through coordinated aggression. It cleared the 8-foot fence without effort, landed in a crouch, and immediately locked onto movement. Rudy was the closest target. The Vrask's spines flared bright orange, and it released a sound halfway between a hiss and a mechanical shriek. Rudy raised his walking stick. The Vrask coiled, muscles bunching under iridescent scales. "Rudy, don't move!" Sarge's voice cut across the commons with the kind of authority that made people obey before they understood why. Rudy froze. The Vrask tilted its head, studying him with those 2 intelligent eyes. Its spines dimmed slightly from orange to amber. Confused. The prey had stopped running. The prey wasn't displaying fear behavior. The Vrask's algorithm didn't have a protocol for this. It hissed again, quieter this time, uncertain. Then 5 more came over the fence. They spread out with military precision, creating a loose perimeter around the colonists who had clustered near the community center. Each Vrask moved independently, but maintained visual contact with the others, their spines blinking in patterns that looked almost like communication. Marjorie recognized pack tactics when she saw them. These weren't mindless beasts. They were coordinated hunters operating under someone's command. "They're hurting us," Sarge said quietly. "Trying to push us toward a collection point." "For what?" Hank asked. He was gripping a length of pipe he'd pulled from the barn, his knuckles white. "Processing, cataloging. Whatever comes after you've been conquered by bureaucrats with bioweapons." Sarge's jaw tightened. "We need to break their formation, scatter them, make them uncertain." "Or," Marjorie said slowly, watching the nearest Vrask stalk closer, "we could try not making this worse. They're attack animals, Marjorie. They're frightened attack animals." She pointed. The lead Vrask's spines were flickering between amber and red, its head low, tail lashing. "Look at the posture. That's not confidence. That's stress." Before Sarge could argue, Lillian Chen walked out of the community center with a basket of cherry tomatoes. "Lillian, get back inside," Sarge hissed. Lillian ignored him. She walked with the unhurried calm of someone who had spent 40 years working with nervous animals at the veterinary practice she'd run before retirement. She'd handled everything from terrified rescue dogs to feral cats to that one llama that had strong opinions about personal space. The Vrask watching her from 15 feet away was, in her professional assessment, exactly the same kind of scared. She stopped at the edge of her garden, set down the basket, and picked up the bag of beef jerky she'd left on the bench that morning. The Vrask closest to her went completely still. Its spines shifted to bright red. It lowered its head and released a deep, resonant growl that Marjorie felt in her sternum. "Lillian," Marjorie said carefully, "that thing is about to charge you." "No," Lillian said, not taking her eyes off the Vrask. "He's about to decide whether I'm a threat or a resource." She tore open the jerky bag slowly, deliberately. The smell of dried meat hit the air. The Vrask's nostrils flared, its spines flickered. Red to amber to yellow, confused again. Lillian pulled out a strip of jerky and tossed it halfway between herself and the creature. It landed in the dirt with a soft thump. The Vrask stared at it, looked at Lillian, looked back at the jerky. Its tongue flicked out, tasting the air. The other Vrask in the commons had stopped moving, watching their packmate with what looked like anticipation. The lead Vrask took one cautious step forward, then another. It stopped at the jerky, head still low, tail still twitching, sniffed again. Then it lunged forward and snapped up the meat in one quick motion, retreating immediately back to a safe distance. Its jaws worked. Its spine cycled through a rainbow of colors before settling on a dim green. "Good boy," Lillian said softly. She pulled out another piece of jerky and held it in her open palm, arm extended, fingers relaxed. "Lillian, don't—" Sarge started. The Vrask moved forward again, this time with less hesitation. It approached her hand, sniffed, and delicately took the jerky from her palm with the precision of a creature that understood the difference between food and fingers. It backed up 2 steps, chewed, swallowed. Its spines went fully green. The bioluminescence dimmed to a soft pulse. Lillian crouched down slowly, making herself smaller, less threatening. She held out another piece. "Come on, handsome. I know you're hungry. I know you're confused. It's okay." The Vrask came closer. This time, it didn't retreat after taking the food. It stood there, close enough that Lillian could see the individual scales on its snout, the complex pattern of its eye ridges. She noticed the way its back left leg wasn't bearing full weight. An injury, maybe from the landing. She noticed the way its spines flickered when one of the other Vrask hissed. This one was young, possibly the lowest rank in the pack. She held out her other hand, palm down, fingers loose. "Easy. I just want to help that leg. A help." The Vrask's pupils dilated. It leaned forward and pressed its snout against her hand, scent marking her. Then it did something that made Marjorie's breath catch. It lowered its head, exposing the vulnerable ridge behind its skull where the spines met the neck scales, and leaned into her touch. Lillian scratched gently. The Vrask's eyes half closed. A sound emerged from its chest that was definitely not a growl. It was almost a purr, if purrs could be made by a creature with a larynx designed for shrieking. "There we go," Lillian murmured. "You're just a big scary puppy, aren't you?" "Yes, you are. Yes, you are." The Vrask's tail, which had been lashing aggressively moments before, began to wag. Not the full-body wiggle of a dog, but a definite side-to-side motion that radiated contentment. Lillian ran her hand along its neck ridge, found the sore spot near the injured leg, and applied gentle pressure. The Vrask leaned into her touch with enough weight that she had to brace herself. "What in the name of—" Sarge couldn't finish the sentence. Lillian looked up at him and smiled. "He has a stone bruise on his back pad, probably from the landing, and he's hungry, and he's doing exactly what his handlers told him to do, except now he's confused because I'm not acting like prey." She looked back at the Vrask. "You poor thing. They trained you and dumped you here and didn't even pack you a lunch." The Vrask sat, just dropped its haunches like it had been given a command, tail still wagging, looking at Lillian with an expression that was unmistakably hopeful. "I'm calling him Pumpkin," Lillian announced. "You're what?" Marjorie managed. "Pumpkin. Look at that face. He's orange and round and sweet. She scratched behind what might have been an ear. Pumpkin's spines went a happy shade of yellow-green and dimmed to almost nothing. Aboard the Silence of Stars, the Vrask handler was staring at his control terminal with an expression that translated roughly to existential horror. The biomonitor for Unit 7 was showing readings that shouldn't have been possible. Unit 7's stress hormones had dropped to baseline. Its aggression markers were flatlined. Its threat assessment had somehow inverted from attacking hostile to please give more food. Commander, he said carefully, we have a problem with the corralling units. Vrax turned from his tactical display. Define problem. One of the Vrask has stopped responding to aggressive commands. It appears to have formed a positive behavioral association with one of the targets. That is not possible. The Vrask are conditioned to hunt humans. Their instincts have been specifically modified to trigger aggression in response to human pheromones. Yes, Commander, I am aware. Nevertheless, Unit 7 is currently experiencing what the biometric system is classifying as contentment. He paused. It is also being petted. Vrax crossed the bridge in 4 strides and looked at the screen. The feed from Unit 7's collar camera showed a clear view of an elderly human female scratching its neck while speaking in soft rhythmic tones. The overlay data showed Unit 7's heart rate steady, stress markers low, dopamine response elevated. The Vrask's tail was wagging. Retrieve the unit, immediately. I've tried, Commander. It's ignoring the recall signal. The handler pulled up another feed showing the other 5 Vrask standing in a loose circle around the commons, watching Unit 7 with obvious interest. The rest of the pack is displaying curiosity instead of aggression. I believe they are learning from Unit 7's behavior modification. Down in the commons, one of the other Vrask took a cautious step toward Lillian. Then another. Pumpkin looked up, saw his packmate approaching, and released a soft chirp. The other Vrask chirped back. Its spines flickered from red to amber. Lillian pulled out more jerky. Oh, you want to be friends too? Come on then. Plenty for everyone. By the time Sarge managed to find his voice again, 3 Vrask were sitting in a semicircle around Lillian, receiving scratches and treats in exchange for what appeared to be complete betrayal of their military training. The remaining 3 were watching from a distance with body language that suggested intense internal debate. This isn't real, Hank said. I hit my head. This is a coma dream. If it is, Marjorie said, watching Lillian scratch 2 Vrask simultaneously while a third pushed its head under her elbow. We're all having the same one. Pumpkin stood up, stretched in a way that was absolutely canine, and walked over to where Rudy was still standing with his walking stick. Rudy looked down at the creature that had been threatening to tear his throat out 5 minutes ago. Pumpkin looked up at him, sat, tilted his head. The message was clear. You have hands. Hands give scratches. Give scratches now. Rudy slowly lowered the walking stick, reached down, scratched the scaled head. Pumpkin's tail went into overdrive. His spine cycled through a full spectrum of colors before settling on happy green, and he leaned against Rudy's legs with enough force to make the old man stagger. Good boy, Rudy said, sounding slightly hysterical. Good terrifying alien murder lizard. Aboard the Silence of Stars, Vrax stared at the multiple feeds showing his elite bioweapons, reduced to a state that his tactical database could only classify as domesticated. He looked at the handler. The handler looked at him. Neither had words adequate for what they were witnessing. Commander, the tactical officer said from across the bridge, should we deploy additional units? Vrax thought about deploying more Vrask. Thought about them seeing the footage of Unit 7 receiving belly rubs. Thought about the cascading behavioral collapse that would result. Thought about explaining to the Hegemony High Command that he had lost control of a retirement colony because the targets had weaponized affection. No, he said finally. We do not deploy additional units. Then what are your orders, Commander? Vrax watched Lillian Chen produce a ball from somewhere and throw it across the commons. Watched Pumpkin chase it with the enthusiasm of a creature experiencing joy for possibly the first time in its engineered life. Watched the Vrask catch the ball and bring it back, tail wagging so hard his entire back end was wiggling. I need to speak with the Xenobiology Council, Vrak said quietly. We may have miscalculated. Dr. Yunji Park had been a trauma surgeon before retirement. She had worked emergency rooms in 3 different star systems, had performed field amputations during the Proxima Station disaster, and had once kept a patient alive for 40 minutes using a manual resuscitator and sheer bloody-minded determination. She did not panic easily. She did not panic when systems failed. She did not panic when supplies ran short. But as she stared at the spreadsheet she'd compiled by hand over the past 6 hours, she felt something very close to panic trying to claw its way up her throat. The clinic's main office smelled like coffee that had been reheated too many times, and the particular kind of stress that came from doing math you desperately wanted to be wrong. Kara sat across from her, double-checking the physical inventory against the delivery logs from the past year. They'd gone through every cabinet, every drawer, every emergency kit. 3 times. The numbers hadn't changed. Insulin, Yunji said, her voice flat with the kind of calm that came from years of delivering bad news to people who didn't want to hear it. We have 4 weeks, maybe 5 if we ration aggressively and Hank's blood sugar cooperates. Kara made a note. Her hand was shaking slightly. Heart medications? 3 weeks for the critical cases. Navarro, Chen, Miller, Rodriguez, and Thompson all require daily anticoagulants. If we stretch the doses, we might get to 25 days. After that, we're looking at stroke risk that I can't manage without a hospital. Pain management? 2 weeks of the heavy stuff. After that, it's over-the-counter and prayer. Yunji set down her pen. The supply drone was supposed to arrive 3 days ago. It always arrives on schedule. We've had uninterrupted weekly deliveries for 15 years. Until the blockade. Until the blockade. Yunji looked at the numbers again, willing them to change. They didn't. We have people with chronic conditions, real conditions, not take 2 aspirin and walk it off conditions. Thomas needs his pacemaker checked monthly. Hank's pump is dead and he's managing manually, which works until it doesn't. Maria's immunosuppressants for her transplant run out in 18 days. After that, rejection becomes a real possibility. Kara was quiet for a long moment. What do we tell them? The truth. And then we figure out how to break a blockade with farm equipment and spite. The bingo hall had never been used for its original purpose. The colony had tried once to organize a weekly game night. It had lasted exactly 2 sessions before devolving into arguments about probability theory and accusations of statistical impossibility. Now it served as the community meeting space, and at 7 p.m. it was packed. 47 colonists filled the folding chairs in uneven rows. Marjorie sat near the front, her toolkit on the floor beside her chair. Sarge stood by the door with his arms crossed, scanning the room with the habitual vigilance of someone who still expected ambushes. Hank was testing his blood sugar for the 3rd time that hour, frowning at the readout. Lillian had left Pumpkin outside with strict instructions to sit and stay, though the Vrask's disappointed chirping was audible through the walls. Sarge moved to the front of the room, and the conversations died. He didn't raise his voice. Didn't need to. The man had a command presence that could silence a crowded room with nothing more than a cleared throat and a look. "Thank you for coming," he said. "Dr. Park has information we all need to hear. It's not good, but it's necessary." He stepped aside. "Doctor?" Yunji stood and walked to the front with her handwritten spreadsheet. She didn't believe in softening blows. Clean cuts healed better than ragged ones. "The Hegemony blockade has stopped our supply deliveries. I've completed a full medical inventory. We have critical shortages across multiple categories." She consulted her notes. Insulin, 28 days. Anticoagulants, 20 days. Immunosuppressants, 18 days. Pain management medications, 14 days. After those deadlines, people start dying. Not from plasma burns or drone strikes. From biology. The room went very still. It was the kind of silence that had weight to it, the kind that pressed against your eardrums. "How many people are we talking about?" someone asked from the back. 14 colonists require daily medications to manage life-threatening chronic conditions. Another 23 have conditions that are manageable now but will become critical without pharmaceutical intervention. That's 37 out of 47 people on a countdown timer. She looked up from her notes. "I can perform triage. I can stretch supplies. I can make hard decisions about who gets priority, but I cannot conjure medicine from thin air. Rudy stood up slowly, using his walking stick for leverage. So what you're saying is, if we don't do something about that blockade in the next month, we don't die fighting. We die waiting. Yes. Then we don't wait, Rudy said simply. He sat back down. Thompson raised his hand like they were in a classroom. What about the emergency beacon? Can't we signal for help? The EMP fried our long-range transmitter, Sarge said. We have short-range radio, but nothing that can punch through the interference that ship is generating. Even if we could send a signal, response time from the nearest colony is 6 weeks minimum. We could try to negotiate, someone suggested. Maybe they don't know about our medical situation. They know, Marjorie said quietly. Everyone turned to look at her. They scanned us. They cataloged us. They know our average age, our biological vulnerabilities, and exactly how much pressure a medical blockade creates. This isn't an oversight. It's a tactic. They're waiting for us to be desperate enough to surrender without a fight. Then we fight, Hank said. He held up his glucose meter. I got 28 days to live without insulin. Maybe less if I get stressed. Maybe more if I'm lucky. But I'll be damned if I spend those days sitting in a chair waiting to go into a coma. He looked at Sarge. What do we need to do? Sarge was quiet for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he pulled out his laminated checklist and flipped it over. The back was blank. He produced a pen and began writing in quick, precise strokes. We need 3 things, he said, not looking up. First, we need to secure the perimeter, real fortifications, not just fences. The drones are gone, but they'll send something else. Second, we need force multiplication. We're 47 people against a cruiser. We need to be 47 people who count as 400. Third, we need a plan to either break the blockade or resupply ourselves from enemy assets. That's supply rating, Rodriguez said. She'd been quiet until now, sitting near the back with her arms wrapped around herself. You're talking about attacking hegemony positions and stealing their equipment. I'm talking about survival. We're not soldiers, Sarge. The room went quiet again. Different kind of quiet this time. Uncomfortable. The kind of quiet that came from a truth nobody wanted to say out loud. Marjorie stood up. Her knees protested, but she ignored them. We're not soldiers, she agreed. Not anymore. We did our time. We earned our peace. We came here to garden and fix water pumps and argue about whether B7 sounds like D7. She looked around the room at faces she'd known for 15 years. But we were soldiers. We were engineers and logistics specialists and field medics and tactical coordinators. We built the infrastructure that won the Unification Wars. We kept the fleets running when everyone else said it was impossible. She walked to the front of the room and stood next to Sarge. I was a civilian contractor during the Proxima campaigns. Heavy engineering. I built siege equipment and field fortifications. I know how to turn mining equipment into weapons platforms because I did it for 6 years straight. She looked at Sarge. You were command. You ran orbital operations. You know tactics and strategy and how to fight when you're outnumbered. Sarge nodded slowly. 4th Orbital Shock Troops. We specialized in asymmetric warfare and defensive operations. Hank, Marjorie continued, you ran convoy protection for 3 years. You know vehicles and supply lines. Lillian, you were first contact liaison for the Xenobiology Corps. You know how to read alien behavior and exploit psychological vulnerabilities. Yunji, you were combat medical. Rudy, you were demo and breaching. Rodriguez, you were communications and intelligence. She let that sink in for a moment. We're not soldiers, but we remember how to be. And right now, that memory is the only thing standing between us and a very quiet death in 28 days. The silence that followed was different. It had texture, weight. It felt like something crystallizing. So what's the plan? Thompson asked. Marjorie looked at Sarge. Sarge looked at Marjorie. Some kind of understanding passed between them, the kind that came from recognizing someone who'd been through the same fire you had. We opened the old lockers, Marjorie said. What lockers? Kara asked. The ones we promised ourselves we'd never open again. Marjorie picked up her toolkit. The ones we filled before we retired. The ones with the stuff we couldn't quite throw away because some part of us knew that peace is only permanent until it isn't. She looked around the room one more time. If we do this, we do it all the way. No half measures. No hesitation. We have 4 weeks to become a problem the hegemony can't solve with patience. 4 weeks to make them regret the day they decided to blockade a colony full of people who remember what war looks like. And if we fail? Someone asked. Then we fail fighting, Sarge said, which is better than dying in a chair waiting for the insulin to run out. He held up his checklist. Everyone who's in, come sign this. Everyone who's not, no judgment. This is volunteer only, but understand that if you stay, you follow the command structure. We operate as a unit or we don't operate at all. The first person to stand was Rudy. He walked to the front and signed with a flourish. Been bored for 15 years anyway. Then Hank, then Lillian, then Rodriguez, Yunji, Thompson, Kara. One by one they came forward. Some moved quickly, some slowly, some signed with steady hands, some with shaking ones. But they all signed. By the time the last person had added their name, the paper was full. 47 signatures. 47 people who had spent 15 years pretending to be civilians and were now remembering how to be something else. Sarge folded the paper carefully and put it in his pocket. All right then, tomorrow morning, Aero 600, we inventory every tool, every vehicle, and every piece of equipment in this colony. By tomorrow night, I want defensive positions established and a rotation schedule for perimeter watch. By the end of the week, I want a viable plan to raid a hegemony supply depot. He looked at Marjorie. You're up, Chief Engineer. Show us what you've got in those old lockers. Marjorie nodded. Meet me at the barn. Bring cutting torches. As the meeting broke up, people filed out with a different energy than they'd had coming in. Purpose, direction, the kind of grim determination that came from having a deadline and deciding that if you were going to go down, you were going to take the problem with you. Yunji caught Marjorie on the way out. You really think we can do this? I think we don't have a choice, Marjorie said. But yes, I think we can. We're not 20 anymore. We're slow, and we hurt, and we need naps. But we're also mean and experienced, and we stopped caring about playing fair a long time ago. Good, Yunji said, because I've got 14 patients counting on us to be meaner than math. Outside, the silence of stars hung in the sky like a patient predator. Inside the ship, tactical displays showed the colony below. No activity, no distress signals, no attempts to break the blockade. The projections suggested surrender within 3 weeks. The projections were about to be very, very wrong. The sheds opened at dawn, not the neat, organized garden sheds with their labeled bins and color-coded tool racks. The other sheds, the ones tucked behind the water treatment facility and the grain storage, the ones with heavy padlocks and doors that hadn't been opened in years, the ones that smelled like grease and rust and memories nobody talked about. Marjorie stood in front of the largest shed with a plasma cutter in one hand and a feeling of inevitability in her gut. The lock was military grade, the kind that required either an authorization code she'd long since forgotten or a cutting torch and no respect for the past. She chose the torch. The lock fell away in a shower of sparks, and the door swung open with a groan that sounded almost accusatory. Inside was exactly what she remembered. Acetylene tanks stacked against the back wall, bolt cutters in 3 sizes hanging from pegboard, seismic survey charges, the kind used for deep crust mining, packed in foam-lined cases with faded warning labels, pneumatic rams designed to crack granite, industrial cable rated for suspension bridge construction, shaped metal plates that could be used for foundation work or, with the right modifications, directional blast focusing. Everything was covered in a fine layer of dust, but underneath, the equipment was pristine. They had all made the same promise 15 years ago. Never again. And they had all broken the same promise by refusing to throw any of it away. Sarge appeared in the doorway, took one look at the interior, and nodded slowly. You kept it all? So did you, Marjorie said, pointing to the shed behind him, where she could see the edge of a tactical planning board and what looked suspiciously like field communication equipment. Fair point. He stepped inside and picked up one of the bolt cutters, testing the mechanism. Still smooth. Still sharp. How much time do we have before they send another patrol? Based on their pattern? 6 hours. They're doing perimeter sweeps twice daily, 800 and 2,000, staying outside the fence line, probably trying to assess our defensive capabilities without committing to direct engagement. Smart. Cautious. Sarge set down the bolt cutters and pulled out his checklist. Which means they're predictable. What's the terrain like on the eastern approach? Cornfield. About 40 meters between the fence and the irrigation ditch. Tall stalks, limited visibility, natural concealment for both sides. Marjorie met his eyes. Perfect place for an ambush if you know the ground and they don't. Show me. By 0700, they had 12 colonists spread across the equipment sheds, inventorying, testing, and repurposing everything that could be weaponized. Rudy had claimed the pneumatic rams and was modifying the pressure regulators with the focused intensity of a man who had spent 3 years doing controlled demolitions and still remembered every trick. Hank had connected one of the acetylene tanks to a pressure gauge and was calculating flow rates for maximum dispersal. Rodriguez was stringing industrial cable between fence posts in a web pattern that looked decorative until you realized it was designed to catch and redirect kinetic force. Lillian was the only one not working with equipment. She was in the middle of the commons with Pumpkin and 3 other Vrusk, running them through what looked like obedience drills. Sit, stay, guard. The creatures responded with eager precision, their spines cycling through happy colors as they performed each command. It would have been adorable if they weren't 6-legged bioweapons learning to follow tactical hand signals. Marjorie and Sarge walked the eastern perimeter together. The cornfield was overgrown, neglected since the invasion started. The stalks were dense enough to hide a person, maybe 2 if they stayed low. The ground was soft, still damp from yesterday's rain. Good for hiding tracks, bad for stable footing. Here, Sarge said, stopping at a point where the fence line curved slightly, creating a natural funnel. If they're doing standard patrol patterns, they'll follow the fence, which means they'll come through this section. The curve gives us a choke point. Limited escape routes. Poor visibility until they're committed. Marjorie crouched and examined the ground. The irrigation ditch is 3 meters that way. If we rig something on this side of the fence, anything that breaks through is going to stumble right into the depression. She stood and looked at Sarge. What kind of something are we talking about? Something loud. Something that makes them reconsider the next patrol. He pulled out a pencil and sketched on his checklist. We need a trigger system. Physical, not electronic. Something that can't be hacked or jammed. Tripwire, Marjorie said immediately. Industrial cable across the approach path, 12 centimeters off the ground. Tension-based trigger. When they hit it, the cable pulls a release mechanism. Releasing what? Marjorie smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. You ever see what a rock crusher does when the safety limiters are removed? Sarge looked at her for a long moment. You kept a rock crusher? I kept everything. By 1100 they had the trap set. The rock crusher was a beast of a machine, designed for processing ore samples, by applying several tons of pressure through a hydraulic ram and tungsten carbide plates. Normally, it operated slowly, methodically, with multiple safety interlocks to prevent injury. Marjorie had removed all the safeties, rewired the hydraulic system for maximum pressure, and mounted the entire assembly on a pivot frame that would swing it across the patrol path when triggered. The tungsten plates had been replaced with a salvaged piece of ship hull plating that she'd shaped into a wedge. It was technically still mining equipment. It was also, functionally, a giant mechanical hammer on a hair trigger. The tripwire stretched across the approach path, nearly invisible against the corn stubble. The cable ran back to the release mechanism, which held the rock crusher in a cocked position under spring tension. When the wire pulled, the mechanism would release, and the crusher would swing through the kill zone with enough force to punch through reinforced concrete. That's going to make a lot of noise, Rudy observed. He was lying prone in the corn 20 meters away, next to the backup trigger system he'd rigged using a pneumatic ram and a pressure plate. Good, Sarge said. I want them to hear it. I want them to report it. I want command to know that walking through our cornfield is a mistake. Rodriguez was positioned 30 meters north with a pair of binoculars and a hand-cranked emergency radio. Patrol spotted. Eastern approach, 6 contacts. Standard formation. ETA 4 minutes. "Everyone in position," Sarge said quietly into his own radio, one of the ancient shortwave units that ran on batteries and spite. "Hold until they cross the wire. Nobody moves, nobody fires, nobody gives away the position until the trap springs." Marjorie settled into her hide behind an irrigation control box, watching the approach through a gap in the corn. She could see movement now. 6 figures in dark armor, moving with professional caution. Not the drones. Not the Vrask. Actual hegemony infantry, probably sent to assess why the colonists hadn't surrendered yet. They moved in a standard patrol formation. Point man, 2 flankers, squad leader in the middle, 2 rear guards. The point man was scanning with some kind of handheld device, probably looking for electronic signatures or heat sources. He wouldn't find any. Everything they'd used was mechanical, unpowered until the moment of activation. The magnetic anomaly that made Redstone perfect for analog equipment was now making it perfect for analog warfare. The patrol reached the fence line. The point man signaled a halt and examined the perimeter. Marjorie held her breath. If they decided to go around, if they spotted the tripwire, if they changed their pattern, the whole trap would be wasted. The squad leader made a gesture. The patrol moved forward, following the fence line exactly as Sarge had predicted. The point man stepped over the wire without seeing it. So did the first flanker. The second flanker's boot caught the cable. For a fraction of a second, nothing happened. Then the release mechanism snapped open with a crack like a gunshot. The rock crusher swung out of concealment with a sound like industrial machinery having a catastrophic failure, which is exactly what it was. The tungsten carbide hammer, now a 500-kilogram wedge of ship plating moving at roughly 40 kilometers per hour, hit the patrol formation at chest height. The sound was enormous, not an explosion. Something worse, the specific crunch of metal meeting metal, of kinetic energy transferred with perfect efficiency, of physics operating exactly as designed. 2 of the soldiers went down immediately, their armor crumpled, their bodies ragdolled into the irrigation ditch. The others scattered, but the momentum of the crusher carried it through its full arc, sweeping across the entire approach path. One of the rear guards tried to dive backward. The edge of the crusher caught his shoulder and spun him like a top before slamming him into a fence post hard enough to snap the wood. He dropped and didn't move. The remaining 3 soldiers were backing up, weapons raised, trying to find a target. There was nothing to shoot at. Just corn and silence and the slowly settling crusher, swinging gently on its pivot like a satisfied pendulum. "Hold position," Sarge murmured into the radio. The squad leader was shouting something in a language Marjorie didn't recognize, but the tone was universal. Confusion, anger, and the beginning of fear. He gestured at the downed soldiers, then at the cornfield, then back at the fence. He was trying to make a tactical decision about whether to retrieve his people or retreat to a safe distance. Pumpkin made the decision for him. The Vrask came around the north side of the cornfield at a dead run, followed by his 3 packmates, all of them displaying threat colors and releasing that mechanical shriek that made Marjorie's teeth ache. The remaining hegemony soldiers took one look at the charging bioweapons, decided that valor was optional, and ran. They made it about 30 meters before Lillian whistled. The Vrask stopped immediately, sat in unison, and watched the retreating soldiers with the disappointed expression of dogs who had been denied a perfectly good chase. "All clear," Rodriguez reported. "Patrol is in full retreat. No pursuit." Sarge stood slowly, his knees popping, and walked out to inspect the trap. The crusher had reset itself automatically, swinging back to the cocked position on a counterweight system. Simple, reusable, elegant in its brutality. 3 hegemony soldiers were down. 1 was moving weakly. The other 2 weren't moving at all. Yunji emerged from concealment with her medical bag and approached the wounded soldier cautiously. She knelt, checked for a pulse, and began stabilizing his injuries with the professional detachment of someone who had done trauma work in worse conditions. "This one will live. Broken ribs, possible internal bleeding, severe concussion. The other 2 are gone. Get him stable enough to move and take him to the clinic," Sarge said. "He's a prisoner now. We treat him properly. Document everything. When they ask for him back, we'll negotiate terms." Marjorie looked at the crusher, at the bodies, at the scrambled patrol disappearing into the distance. She felt nothing. No satisfaction, no horror. just the cold assessment of a successful test. The trap worked. The tactics worked. The enemy was learning that Redstone wasn't a soft target anymore. "What do we do with the trap?" Rudy asked. "Leave it," Sarge said. "Reset it. Make it obvious. I want them to see it on their next patrol. I want them to know we're not hiding what we built. I want them wondering what else we've prepared that they haven't seen yet." Aboard the Silence of Stars, the squad leader was delivering his report with the kind of carefully controlled rage that came from watching your team get destroyed by farming equipment. They used industrial machinery as a kinetic weapon. It was triggered by a tripwire. Manual activation. No electronics. No warning. No way to detect or counter it with our standard countermeasures. Vrax listened without interruption. When the report finished, he pulled up the tactical map and studied the eastern perimeter. Casualties? 2 confirmed dead. 1 captured. 3 retreated under duress from hostile bioforms. Hostile bioforms? The Vrask commander. They were working with the colonists. Vrax looked at the handler. The handler looked at his display and said nothing. What was there to say? The retirement home had killed 2 of his soldiers with a modified ore processor and chased the others away with their own bioweapons. Recommendation? Vrax asked the squad leader. Do not patrol the eastern perimeter. Possibly do not patrol anywhere within sight of the fence line. Assume all approaches are compromised. Assume the colonists are no longer non-combatants. He paused. Sir, these are not civilians. This was a professional ambush. Textbook execution. Someone down there knows what they're doing. Vrax pulled up the original scan data. Average age, 72. Threat assessment, negligible. He looked at the casualty report. 2 dead, 1 captured. Total mission time, 6 minutes. Escalate to siege protocols, he said finally. No more ground patrols. Maintain the blockade. Wait for medical attrition to force surrender. He looked at the tactical display showing Redstone Colony, now marked with a red hazard icon. And update the threat assessment. They are armed. They are dangerous. And they are absolutely not negligible. Down in Redstone, Marjorie was cleaning the blood off the crusher's plating with a rag and a bucket of solvent. It was methodical work, necessary work, the kind of maintenance that kept equipment functional and minds focused. Sarge stood nearby, making notes on his checklist. That was efficient, he said. That was survival, Marjorie replied. She didn't look up. 26 days of insulin left. Then we'd better make those 26 days count. She finished cleaning and stepped back to inspect her work. The crusher gleamed in the afternoon sun, reset and ready. Somewhere in the distance, she could hear Lillian praising Pumpkin for his excellent restraint. Somewhere closer, Yunji was stabilizing a prisoner who would live because they had decided he would. They weren't civilians anymore. They probably never had been, not really. They'd just been very good at pretending. The pretending was over now. The standoff started at the western gate, where the supply road met the colony perimeter. 8 hegemony soldiers in full combat armor, arranged in a semicircle, weapons raised. 15 colonists caught outside the fence line, returning from the irrigation check that Sarge had insisted continue despite the invasion because crops didn't care about war, and neither did thirst. The colonists were unarmed. The soldiers were not. The math was simple and ugly. Marjorie was part of the group, along with Hank, Rodriguez, and 12 others who had been checking the pump stations along the outer fields. They'd known the risk. They'd gone anyway because 26 days of insulin meant nothing if they died of dehydration first. Now they stood in a loose cluster, hands visible, making no sudden movements, while 8 plasma rifles tracked their center mass with the steady precision of professional soldiers who had done this before. The squad leader stepped forward. His armor was marked with rank insignia that Marjorie didn't recognize, but the body language was universal. Authority, confidence, and the casual certainty of someone holding all the cards. He spoke through his helmet's external speakers, the translation software rendering his words in flat, accentless English. You will accompany us to the processing center. Resistance will be met with force. Compliance will be rewarded with efficiency. We're not going anywhere, Marjorie said. She kept her voice level, her hands loose at her sides, non-threatening but not submissive. We're checking irrigation systems. We'll be done in 20 minutes. You are in violation of containment protocols. Your presence outside the designated zone constitutes hostile activity. We're checking water pumps. You are manufacturing weapons and deploying lethal traps. You have killed hegemony personnel. You are enemy combatants. The squad leader made a gesture to his team. 2 soldiers moved to flank the colonists, cutting off the retreat route back to the colony. Final warning. Comply or be subdued. Hank shifted his weight slightly, and 3 rifles immediately tracked to him. He froze. His glucose meter was in his pocket, and Marjorie knew without asking that his blood sugar was probably dropping. Stress did that. So did skipping breakfast, because you were too busy rigging defensive positions to eat. He needed to get back inside. They all did. But the math was still simple and still ugly. Then the Vrask arrived. They came around the north side of the fence in a tight pack, 8 of them, all displaying aggressive reds and oranges, spines fully extended, moving with the coordinated precision of a military unit. These weren't Pumpkin's small hunting pack. These were fresh units, newly deployed, probably conditioned specifically for this kind of operation. Their handler walked behind them, a hegemony specialist in lighter armor carrying a control tablet and wearing the expression of someone absolutely confident in their bioweapons. The Vrask spread out in a loose arc between the colonists and the colony gate. They didn't charge immediately. They didn't need to. The threat was obvious. 8 bioengineered predators versus 15 unarmed elderly humans. The handler tapped his tablet, and the Vrask's spines synchronized, flashing in a pattern that looked like a countdown. Last chance, the squad leader said. Comply now, or the corralling units will be released. Marjorie looked at the Vrask, looked at the handler, looked at the smug certainty in the squad leader's posture. She calculated the distance to the gate, the time it would take to run, the probability that they'd all make it. The math was bad, but the math had been bad before, and she was still here. She was about to say something deeply unwise when Lillian Chen walked out of the colony gate with a bag of jerky and a garden trowel. "Lillian, get back inside," Rodriguez hissed. Lillian ignored her. She walked with the same unhurried calm she'd displayed when meeting Pumpkin, the same energy she brought to every scared animal she'd ever treated. She stopped about 10 meters from the Vrask pack, set down her trowel, and pulled out a strip of jerky. The nearest Vrask's head swiveled toward her. Its spines flickered from aggressive red to confused amber. "Ma'am, return to the containment zone immediately," the squad leader barked. Lillian pulled out another piece of jerky and held it up where all 8 Vrask could see it. "Who wants a treat? Who's a good pack?" "Yes, you are." The handler looked down at his tablet, confused. The Vrask were supposed to ignore non-threatening stimuli during attack protocols. They were supposed to maintain focus on designated targets. Instead, 3 of them had turned to look at Lillian, their spines cycling through colors that indicated interest and curiosity rather than aggression. "Handler, execute the corralling protocol," the squad leader ordered. The handler tapped his tablet. The Vrask's collars pulsed with a command signal. Attack, subdue, corral the targets. The bioweapons conditioning kicked in, overriding the momentary distraction. They turned back toward the colonists, spines flaring bright red, preparing to charge. Lillian whistled. It was a sharp, 2-tone sound. The kind of whistle you use to call a dog from 3 blocks away. The kind of whistle that cuts through noise and confusion and goes straight to the hindbrain where pack instincts live. The Vrask froze mid-stride, every single one of them. Their spines stuttered through a confused rainbow of colors, red to amber to yellow to green and back again, like a system trying to process conflicting commands. The handler stared at his tablet. The attack command was still active. The collars were still pulsing. The bioweapons should be moving. They weren't moving. Lillian whistled again, then patted her leg twice. "Come on, babies, over here. That's it. Good pack." The nearest Vrask took 1 step toward her, then another. Its tail, which had been rigid with aggression, started to wag. Slowly at first, then with increasing enthusiasm. The second Vrask followed, then the third. Within 10 seconds, the entire pack had broken formation and was trotting toward Lillian with body language that screamed eager anticipation. "No," the handler said quietly. "No, that's not possible. They're conditioned. They can't override attack protocols for food rewards. The behavioral matrix doesn't allow—" The lead Vrask reached Lillian and sat immediately, looking up at her with an expression of absolute devotion. She scratched behind its ear ridge and offered jerky. The Vrask took it delicately, chewed, swallowed, and released a happy chirp. The others crowded around her, pushing and jostling for position, their spines now glowing soft green. "Stop," the handler said, louder now, tapping frantically at his tablet. "Cease. Return to formation. Execute attack command override. Authorization handler 7 Gamma." Lillian produced a tennis ball from somewhere. She held it up, and 8 pairs of eyes locked onto it with laser focus. She threw the ball toward the open field. The Vrask pack exploded into motion, chasing it with the unrestrained joy of creatures experiencing play for possibly the first time in their short, weaponized lives. The handler's tablet slipped from his hands and hit the ground with a plastic crack. The squad leader was staring at Lillian like she'd just violated several laws of physics. "What did you do?" "I asked them nicely," Lillian said. She pulled out more jerky. The Vrask were already returning with the ball, tail wagging so hard their back ends were wiggling. "Good pack, such good boys and girls." "Yes, you are." One of the Vrask dropped the ball at Lillian's feet, then turned to look at the Hegemony soldiers. Its spines flickered from green to amber, curious, assessing. The others turned as well, forming a loose line between Lillian and the soldiers. Not aggressive, just positioned. Their body language was clear. This is our person now. These other people are not our people. The handler was breathing too fast, his voice climbing toward panic. "Commander, the Vrask have experienced catastrophic behavioral collapse. They are no longer responding to command protocols. They appear to have formed a primary pack bond with a hostile target." "I'm not hostile," Lillian said pleasantly. "I'm just nice." She looked at the squad leader. "You should try it sometime. These poor babies have been so stressed. Look at this one's spine coloration. That's chronic anxiety. And this one has a nutritional deficiency. When's the last time you fed them anything besides whatever synthetic slurry your quartermaster approved?" The squad leader raised his weapon slightly, not aiming. Just a reminder that it was there. "Stand down. The corralling units are Hegemony military assets. Interfering with them is an act of sabotage. They're living creatures who were scared and hungry, and now they're not." Lillian scratched 2 Vrask simultaneously, both of them leaning into her hands with enough weight that she had to brace her stance. "If you wanted them to stay loyal, maybe you should have packed snacks." The largest Vrask, the one who'd been the pack alpha in the original formation, stood up and walked toward the Hegemony handler. Not attacking, just walking. The handler backed up instinctively. The Vrask stopped 2 meters away, sat, and tilted its head. The message was devastatingly clear. "You are not my handler anymore." Then it turned around, walked back to Lillian, and pushed its head under her hand. She scratched its ear ridge, and it made a sound that was half purr, half mechanical rumble. "Good boy," she said. "Such a good, handsome boy." The handler turned to his squad leader with an expression that conveyed existential horror. "Sir, we've lost the pack. Complete behavioral override. She's the alpha now." "That's not possible. She's a 75-year-old civilian in a floral cardigan." "I'm 73, Lillian corrected. "And I worked in xeno-veterinary medicine for 40 years. I've handled everything from Proxima cliff raptors to Centauri swarm beetles. Your Vrask are lovely creatures who respond beautifully to positive reinforcement and consistent pack structure." She looked at the handler. "How long have you been doing this job?" 6 months, the handler said automatically, then looked like he regretted answering. "That explains a lot. You're using punishment-based conditioning and stress hormones to maintain control. That works in the short term, but it creates unstable behavioral patterns and makes the subjects vulnerable to counter-conditioning by anyone who offers a better option." She threw the ball again. The pack charged after it with unwavering enthusiasm. "Which I just did." The squad leader was silent for a long moment, watching his bioweapons play fetch with a retiree. He looked at the colonists, who hadn't moved but were now standing behind a living wall of Vrask, who'd clearly chosen sides. He looked at his own soldiers, who were watching the situation with the body language of people who'd just watched their tactical advantage evaporate. "Fall back," he said finally. "Maintain distance. Do not engage." "Sir, what about the corralling units? They're not ours anymore." He looked at Lillian. "This isn't over." "Of course it isn't," Lillian said. She was scratching 4 Vrask at once now, an impressive feat of coordination. "You're still blockading us. We're still preparing to break that blockade. The difference is, now you know that anything you send down here that's alive enough to think is alive enough to change its mind." She smiled, and it was the kind of smile that made the temperature drop. "You wanted to use fear as a weapon. We use friendship. And in my experience, friendship is a lot more durable." The Hegemony squad retreated in good order, professional and controlled, but they retreated. The handler left his tablet on the ground. Nobody picked it up. The colonists waited until the soldiers were out of sight before releasing the collective breath they'd been holding. "That," Hank said slowly, "was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, and I watched you adopt Pumpkin." "These are Pumpkin's cousins," Lillian said. She was doing a head count, checking each Vrask for injuries or stress markers. "They're going to need names. This big one is Cinnamon, that one's Nutmeg. The one with the scar is Pepper. The twins are Sage and Thyme." "You're naming military bioweapons after spices?" Rodriguez asked. "They're not bioweapons anymore. They're pack." Lillian looked at the colony gate where Pumpkin had appeared, chirping excitedly at the sight of the new arrivals. "And pack means family." Aboard the Silence of Stars, Vrax was reading the handler's report for the 3rd time, hoping the words would change. They didn't. Total pack loss. Behavioral override by hostile target. Assets unrecoverable. Recommend immediate discontinuation of all bioweapon deployment until counter-conditioning protocols can be developed. She whistled. Vrax said out loud, to nobody in particular. "Our elite bioweapons, creatures engineered over 3 generations to hunt and corral resistant populations, were defeated by a whistle and dried meat." The handler, who'd been retrieved by a different squad and was now standing at attention in front of the commander's desk, said nothing. What was there to say? "How many Vrask do we have remaining in operational reserve?" 47 units, Commander." "Do not deploy them. Not one. Not until we understand how she's doing this." "Yes, Commander." "What about the Vrask that was bonded to her originally?" "Unit 7, Pumpkin." The handler's expression suggested he'd rather be anywhere else. "Telemetry shows it's thriving, sir. Reduced stress markers, improved pack cohesion. It appears to have integrated the new units into its existing social structure. It's also gained 4 kilograms of healthy muscle mass. It's gained weight. The colonists are feeding it better than we were, sir." Vrax dismissed the handler and pulled up the tactical overview. The colony was marked with multiple hazard icons now. Armed resistance, lethal traps, hostile counter-conditioning of military bioforms. He added a new tag, psychological warfare capability, high. The retirement home had just stolen 8 military assets using kindness and dog treats. Vrax didn't know what was worse, the fact that it had worked, or the fact that he had absolutely no doctrine for how to counter it. Down in Redstone, Lillian was introducing the new pack members to Pumpkin while Marjorie watched from a safe distance. The Vrask were playing, actually playing, chasing each other around the commons, rolling in the grass, making sounds that were unmistakably happy. Pumpkin was in the middle of it all, clearly establishing himself as the alpha of the expanded pack, which Lillian supervised with the calm authority of someone who'd done this 1,000 times before. "We just added 8 combat bioweapons to our defensive roster," Sarge said, appearing beside Marjorie with his checklist. "By being nice to them. Apparently friendship is a more durable tactical doctrine than fear," Marjorie said. "Who knew?" Lillian knew. Sarge made a note. "I need to revise our defensive planning. If we can reliably command the Vrask pack, that changes our force projection significantly. Assuming they stay loyal. Have you seen the way Pumpkin looks at Lillian? They're staying loyal. The question is what we do with them." He looked at the playing Vrask. They're not weapons anymore, but they're also not dangerous. They're dogs, Marjorie said. Very large, very strange dogs, who happen to be able to rip through body armor if properly motivated. So we treat them like dogs, feed them, train them, keep them happy. Sarge smiled slightly, and let the aliens wonder what else we're going to steal from them by being absurdly nice. Somewhere in the distance, another whistle. The pack immediately stopped playing and trotted toward Lillian in formation. She was holding up a bag of treats. 17 Vrask sat in perfect rows, tails wagging, eyes locked on the bag. Good pack, Lillian said. Very good pack. Now let's work on formation drills. The Hegemony had brought bioweapons to break the spirit of a retirement colony. Instead, they delivered reinforcements. The irony was not lost on anyone, least of all the aliens watching from orbit with growing dread. 26 days of insulin left, but now they had 17 Vrask, 8 colonists with engineering degrees, and a xeno-veterinarian who could out-alpha a trained bioweapon handler with nothing but kindness and jerky. The math was starting to look different. The barn hadn't been a barn for years. It had been storage. A place to keep the tractor, the irrigation equipment, the tools that didn't fit anywhere else. Now it was something different. Marjorie stood in the doorway at dawn looking at the empty space, and saw not what it was, but what it needed to become. 50 meters long, 15 wide, open rafters, concrete floor with drainage channels, good ventilation, multiple power hookups from the solar array that the EMP hadn't touched because it was analog switching and copper wire. It was perfect. By noon, it was a construction site. By evening, it was a forge. The transformation happened with the methodical efficiency of people who'd built things under deadline pressure before. Sarge organized the labor rotation. Rodriguez mapped the power distribution. Hank moved the heavy equipment with Betsy, dragging welding stations and metal stock into position. Marjorie directed it all with the quiet authority of someone who'd run engineering teams through worse conditions with less material. The welding stations went up first, 4 of them, positioned along the north wall where the light was best. Industrial-grade acetylene torches with backup oxygen tanks, plasma cutters on rolling carts, angle grinders, drill presses, hydraulic shears, everything that could cut, shape, or join metal. The air already smelled like ozone and possibility. Marjorie fired up the first welding torch and adjusted the flame until it burned blue-white and angry. She picked up a piece of scrap steel, thick plate left over from some foundation project a decade ago, and began cutting it into manageable sections. The metal screamed under the torch, glowing orange then white, peeling away in a spray of sparks that lit up the barn like a foundry. It was loud and hot and exactly what she needed. Kara appeared in the doorway with a clipboard and a worried expression. She was 26, the youngest colonist by 15 years, had come to Redstone to study agricultural engineering, and was now watching her quiet research posting turn into something that looked increasingly like a war zone. Marjorie, I brought the inventory list you asked for, but I have a question. Marjorie shut off the torch and flipped up her welding mask. Go ahead. We have 3 captured Hegemony plasma rifles in storage. Rudy pulled them off the soldiers from the cornfield ambush. They're energy weapons, advanced, powerful. Kara hesitated. Why aren't we using them? Why are we building all this when we have their technology right there? It was a good question. A reasonable question. The kind of question that made sense if you hadn't spent 30 years learning exactly how technology failed when you needed it most. Marjorie set down the torch and gestured for Kara to follow her to the equipment wall, where the 3 plasma rifles hung on hooks like expensive trophies. Pick one up, Marjorie said. Kara lifted the nearest rifle. It was sleek, lightweight, perfectly balanced. The power cell glowed faintly through a transparent housing. It looked like the future. It's beautiful. It's complicated, Marjorie corrected. Look at the power cell. See that indicator? 40% charge. That's what it had when we captured it. We don't have the charger. We don't have the adapters. We don't have the technical specifications to reverse engineer one without risking an explosion. She took the rifle and pointed to the grip. This is biometrically locked to hegemony physiology. Feel that slight resistance? It's fighting you because your hand temperature and pressure profile are wrong. We could probably crack it eventually, but that takes time we don't have. She hung the rifle back on the hook. Now assume we solve all that. Assume we get it charged and unlocked. You fire it for 30 seconds of sustained combat. Maybe a minute if you're conservative. Then the power cell dies and you're holding an expensive club. She picked up a crowbar from the tool rack. This is steel, 1 meter long, 5 kilograms. Requires 0 power, 0 maintenance, 0 expertise. You can swing it until your arms give out, and it will never fail you. A laser runs out of charge. A crowbar never runs out of physics. Kara looked at the crowbar, then at the rifle, then back at Marjorie. Understanding dawned slowly. We're not avoiding their technology because we can't use it. We're avoiding it because we can't trust it. We're avoiding it because war is logistics, Marjorie said. And the side with supply lines wins. They have orbital infrastructure. They have fabrication facilities. They have ammunition and spare parts and technical support. We have what's in this barn and whatever we can make from it. So we make things that don't break, don't run out, and don't require a degree in alien engineering to maintain. She walked back to the welding station and picked up a sheet of steel plate. This is tractor armor. We're going to weld it over the windows of every vehicle we have. It won't stop a plasma bolt, but it'll deflect glancing hits and completely stop kinetic rounds. More importantly, if it gets damaged, we can fix it with a torch and some patience. She fired up the welder again. Simple, durable, maintainable. That's how you fight when you're outnumbered and outgunned. Kara made a note on her clipboard. How much plate do we have? Enough for 5 vehicles if we're efficient, maybe 6 if we're lucky and creative. Marjorie began cutting another section. I need you to inventory every piece of scrap metal in the colony. Fence posts, bed frames, filing cabinets, anything steel. Strip it down to raw material. We're going to need it all. By evening, the scrap forge was in full production. 4 welding stations running simultaneously, sparks flying in overlapping arcs that cast wild shadows across the walls. The sound was tremendous. Metal on metal, torches roaring, angle grinders shrieking. It was industrial and violent and strangely beautiful. Marjorie moved between stations, checking work, offering corrections, her hands never still. This was her element. This was what she'd spent decades perfecting before she retired and pretended to be someone smaller. Hank was the first to bring a vehicle in for conversion. Betsy rolled through the barn doors, trailing black smoke and the smell of diesel glory. Marjorie walked around the tractor, taking measurements, calculating angles and stress points. We're going to plate the cab first. Full enclosure except for vision ports. Then reinforce the grille and undercarriage. You're already heavy. We're going to make you unstoppable. She's already unstoppable, Hank corrected, patting Betsy's hood. We're just making her look the part. The work took 6 hours, cutting the plates, shaping them to fit the curved surfaces, welding them in place with enough overlap to prevent gaps. When they were done, Betsy looked like she'd been designed for combat. The green paint was gone, hidden under matte gray steel. The windows were narrow slits behind welded bars. The grille was a mass of reinforced plating that could double as a battering ram. She wasn't pretty. She was perfect. Mad Max would be proud, Rodriguez said, standing back to admire the work. Mad Max had style, Marjorie replied, but terrible structural engineering. Half his vehicles would have collapsed under their own weight. This is weight optimized and stress tested. She slapped the side of the cab, and it rang like a bell. Betsy could hit a wall at 30 kilometers per hour, and the wall would lose. The other vehicles followed. A grain truck became a mobile bunker. The water tanker became an armored transport. The colony's 3 pickup trucks were stripped down and rebuilt with roll cages and plate skirts. By midnight, the scrap forge had transformed 6 civilian vehicles into something that looked like it belonged in a wasteland war documentary. They weren't elegant. They were functional. They were brutal. They were exactly what the situation required. Marjorie was welding a final reinforcement bracket when Sarge appeared with 2 cups of coffee and the expression of someone who'd been doing inventory math and didn't like the results. We're going to run out of steel. I know. We have 14 more vehicles that need armor if we're going to use them in any kind of defensive capacity. I know. So what's the solution? Marjorie shut off the torch and pulled off her welding gloves. Her hands were covered in burns and calluses and the kind of wear that came from 3 decades of manufacturing warfare. We cannibalized the fence. It's decorative anyway. Won't stop a determined attack. But it's 40 kilometers of steel posts and chain link that we can melt down and repurpose. That's our perimeter marker. Our perimeter is wherever we decide it is. The fence is just steel that happens to be arranged in a line. She took the coffee and drank half of it in one pull. It was terrible coffee, reheated twice and strong enough to strip paint, exactly what she needed. We're not defending a fence, Sarge. We're defending people. The fence is just raw material that's currently in the wrong shape. Sarge made a note on his checklist. I'll organize the cutting crews tomorrow. How much time do you need to convert the remaining vehicles? 4 days if we run 3 shifts. 3 if we don't sleep. She looked at the nearest vehicle, still half-plated, sparks frozen mid-flight in her mind as she calculated the remaining work. 24 days of insulin left. We need these vehicles mobile and armored before we attempt any supply raids. So 3 days. We'll find the sleep later. You need to rest, Marjorie. I'll rest when they lift the blockade or I run out of metal. She pulled her gloves back on. Whichever comes first. Sarge didn't argue. He just nodded, finished his coffee, and went to organize the next shift rotation. Marjorie watched him go, then turned back to the welding station. The work was meditative in its way, every cut precise, every weld exactly as strong as it needed to be. No wasted motion, no wasted material. Just the steady transformation of civilian infrastructure into the tools of survival. Kara returned around 0200 with the complete metal inventory. Marjorie reviewed it by the light of a welding torch, doing calculations in the margins. Bed frames, 60 units. Filing cabinets, 22. Chain link fence, 43 kilometers. Miscellaneous scrap, approximately 4 tons. It was enough, barely. If they were efficient and creative and didn't make mistakes. Can we really do this? Kara asked quietly. Turn a retirement colony into something that can fight a space military? Marjorie looked around the scrap forge, at the vehicles being reborn in steel, at the tools being reorganized for war, at the sparks that never stopped flying because the work never stopped. We're not turning it into something new. We're remembering what it always was underneath. She picked up her torch again. The hegemony sees elderly civilians with farming equipment. They see obsolete technology and biological fragility. They see victory by attrition. She adjusted the flame to cutting temperature. They don't see the engineers who built the siege equipment that cracked fortress worlds. They don't see the logistics specialists who kept armies supplied across solar systems. They don't see the combat support corps that turned impossible odds into footnotes in history books. She began cutting another plate. We're not civilians, Kara. We're veterans who got bored and retired to the middle of nowhere because the war was over and we'd earned some peace. But peace isn't a personality. It's just a circumstance. And circumstances change. The metal glowed orange under the torch, then white, then fell away in a perfect cut. Marjorie moved to the next section without pausing. They want to wait us out. Let biology and time do their work. But biology is just another engineering problem. Time is just another resource to manage. And we're very, very good at managing resources when we're properly motivated. She finished the cut and held up the plate, examining it for flaws. Found none. So yes, we can do this. Not because we're special, because we remember how, and that's enough. By dawn, 3 more vehicles were armored and ready. The scrap forge never stopped. Couldn't stop. Every hour counted. Every plate mattered. Marjorie worked through the night shift, then the morning shift, her hands moving automatically through familiar motions. Cut, shape, weld, repeat. The barn had been transformed into something alive with purpose and noise and the smell of hot metal. Lillian brought breakfast at 700, along with Pumpkin and 2 other Vrask, who'd decided that the scrap forge was the most interesting place in the colony. The creatures watched the welding with fascinated attention, their spines flickering in response to each bright spark. You need to eat, Lillian said, pressing a sandwich into Marjorie's hands. I need to finish this plating. You need to eat and then finish the plating, in that order. Lillian had the gentle but immovable energy of someone who'd spent 40 years making scared animals do things they didn't want to do for their own good. Marjorie recognized professional override when she encountered it. She ate the sandwich. "How's the pack?" Marjorie asked between bites. "Thriving, curious, increasingly protective of the colony perimeter." Lillian scratched Pumpkin's head. "They've started doing their own patrol routes, self-organized. I'm not sure if that's impressive or concerning." "Both," Marjorie said. "Definitely both." Pumpkin wandered over to inspect the armored vehicles, sniffing the welded seams and leaving noseprints on the fresh steel. One of the other Vrask tried to lick a piece of hot metal and learned an immediate lesson about thermal conductivity. Lillian produced treats and redirected their attention before they could hurt themselves further. "You're building an army," Lillian observed, looking at the transformed vehicles. "I'm building a defensive infrastructure," Marjorie corrected. "There's a difference." "Is there?" Marjorie was quiet for a moment, watching sparks cascade from Rodriguez's welding station across the barn. "We're not invading anyone. We're not attacking anything that isn't trying to kill us first. We're just making sure that when they come at us, they regret it." She looked at Lillian. "That's defense. Ugly defense, but defense nonetheless. And when this is over, when they lift the blockade or we break it or they finally leave, what happens to all this?" Lillian gestured at the armored vehicles, the weapon racks, the industrial machinery repurposed for violence. "We turn it back into tractors and water trucks. We strip off the armor and use it to build better greenhouses. We take the tools of survival and return them to the tools of living." Marjorie finished her sandwich and pulled her gloves back on. "But that's a problem for future U.S. Presentis has 24 days to stay alive, and that requires steel." She walked back to her station and fired up the torch. The flame caught immediately, steady and hot and ready. Across the barn, 4 other torches answered. The scrap forge roared back to life. Outside, the silence of stars hung in the sky, patient and confident. Inside, 47 colonists were transforming their home into something that looked increasingly like a fortress. The aesthetic had shifted. The colony that had been soft edges and garden paths and painted shutters now bristled with steel and welded joints and the brutal functionality of people who'd stopped pretending. They weren't hiding what they were anymore. They weren't apologizing for survival. Marjorie cut another plate and checked her remaining metal inventory. Enough for 11 more vehicles. 12, if they were careful. She did the math. 3 days to finish the conversions. 4 days after that to train everyone on the new configurations. Then they'd be ready for whatever came next. Marjorie cut another plate and checked her remaining metal inventory. Enough for 11 more vehicles. 12, if they were careful. She did the math. 3 days to finish the conversions. 4 days after that to train everyone on the new configurations. Then they'd be ready for whatever came next. The crowbar hanging on the wall caught her eye. Simple, durable, eternal. She smiled despite herself. A laser runs out of charge. A crowbar never runs out of physics. Neither did steel. Neither did experience. Neither did the kind of stubborn determination that came from having survived everything else and refusing to let this be the thing that finally broke them. The scrap forge sang with the sound of creation and transformation. It was the sound of peace ending and survival beginning. It was the sound of veterans remembering exactly who they'd been before they'd decided to be something gentler. It was the sound of Redstone Colony becoming itself. The barn doors opened at dawn, and what emerged looked like it had been designed by someone who'd watched too many apocalypse films and decided they were instruction manuals. 5 armored tractors, 1 bulldozer, and a grain truck that had been converted into something that could charitably be called a troop transport. Every surface was plated in welded steel. Every window was a narrow slit. Every vehicle trailed black diesel smoke like a war banner. They weren't pretty. They weren't sophisticated. They were absolutely terrifying in their brutal simplicity. Marjorie stood beside the barn watching them roll out in formation, and felt a complicated mix of pride and resignation. 3 days of non-stop welding, 3 days of burns and exhaustion and coffee that tasted like regret. But the work was done. The scrap forge had delivered. Now came the field test. Betsy led the convoy, Hank at the wheel, her armor gleaming dull gray in the morning light. Behind her came 4 more tractors, each one a converted agricultural workhorse now plated for war. Then the bulldozer, piloted by Rudy with the kind of grim enthusiasm usually reserved for demolition work. The grain truck brought up the rear, carrying Sarge, Rodriguez, and 8 other colonists armed with everything from crowbars to repurposed mining equipment. "It looks like a parade for the end of the world," Lillian observed. She was standing next to Marjorie with Pumpkin and 6 other Vrask, all of them watching the convoy with interest. The creatures had learned to recognize vehicle sounds and were getting disturbingly good at distinguishing friend from foe based on engine noise alone. "It's a deterrent," Marjorie said. "We're not looking for a fight. We're reminding them that we're not soft targets anymore. By driving armored tractors around our perimeter. By demonstrating capability. They've been watching. They've seen the forge. They know we're building something. Now we show them what." Marjorie pulled out a handheld radio, one of the old shortwave units that ran on batteries in spite. "Sarge, you're clear for the western loop, standard patrol pattern. Stay within sight of the colony. Do not engage unless engaged first." Sarge's voice crackled back through decades-old speakers. "Copy that. Western loop, deterrence posture, weapons tight. We'll be back in 90 minutes. The convoy rolled out through the western gate, following the old supply road that circled the colony's agricultural zone. The sound was tremendous. 7 diesel engines running at different pitches, creating a discordant symphony of industrial power that could be heard for kilometers. It was intentional. Marjorie wanted them to hear it, wanted them to wonder, wanted them to recalculate. Aboard the Silence of Stars, they definitely heard it. The tactical officer pulled up the sensor feed and frowned at the readings. "Commander, the colonists have deployed multiple ground vehicles in a patrol formation. Seismic sensors are registering significant mass. Visual confirmation shows extensive armor modifications." Vrax crossed to the display and studied the footage. 7 vehicles that looked like they'd been assembled from spare parts and determination, moving in a coordinated formation that suggested military training. What's their composition? Agricultural and industrial vehicles, tractors, construction equipment, cargo transport, all heavily armored. Our sensors are having difficulty penetrating the steel to get accurate life sign readings. They're using the magnetic interference. Yes, Commander. The natural distortion plus the steel plating creates a sensor shadow. We can see the vehicles, but we can't determine crew size, armament, or tactical disposition. Vrax watched the convoy move along the perimeter road. It was slow, ponderous, but there was something about the formation that bothered him. It wasn't random, it wasn't panicked. It was the kind of movement you saw from professional military units conducting routine patrol operations. What's their current heading? Western perimeter. They're staying within 2 kilometers of the colony center. Defensive posture. Deploy a light walker unit. 4 units. Intercept and assess threat level. Do not engage unless they demonstrate hostile intent. The tactical officer hesitated. "Sir, after the Vrask incident and the cornfield losses, ground operations have been flagged as high risk." "I'm aware. That's why we're sending walkers, not infantry. Energy shields will stop anything kinetic they can throw at us. It's a reconnaissance in force. I want to know what those vehicles can actually do." The light walkers deployed from the cruiser's ventral bay, descending on columns of anti-gravity thrust that left scorched grass in their wake. They were elegant machines, all smooth curves and glowing energy matrices, 3-meter-tall bipedal units with articulated legs and shoulder-mounted plasma cannons. The shields were their defining feature, translucent blue hemispheres that could absorb and redirect enormous amounts of energy. They were designed to counter energy weapons and explosive kinetics. They were perfect for this kind of engagement. They touched down half a kilometer ahead of the convoy and spread into an intercept formation. The lead walker activated its external speakers. "Halt. You are in violation of containment protocols. Power down your vehicles and exit with hands visible." Hank brought Betsy to a stop. The rest of the convoy followed suit, engines still running, black smoke still billowing. For a long moment, nothing happened. Just 2 groups of combatants staring at each other across 400 meters of dusty road. Then Sarge's voice came through every vehicle's radio. "They want us to stop. Opinions? They're between us and the patrol route, Rodriguez said from the grain truck. They've got energy shields, Rudy observed from the bulldozer. Probably think they're invincible. They probably are, Hank said, against normal weapons. Good thing we're not normal, Marjorie's voice cut in from back at the colony. She'd been monitoring the radio traffic. Sarge, your call, but remember the doctrine. What doctrine? One of the newer colonists asked. A laser runs out of charge, Sarge said, but momentum never runs out of physics. He shifted the grain truck into gear. All units, maintain formation. We're continuing the patrol route. If they want to stop us, they'll have to get in the way. The convoy started moving again, slowly, deliberately. The light walkers didn't move. Their shields brightened, energy matrices spinning up to combat readiness. The lead walker raised its plasma cannon in a warning gesture. Final warning. Halt or be fired upon. Hank looked at the walker blocking Betsy's path, did some quick mental math about mass and momentum and how much force a 3-meter-tall robot could actually withstand, and made a decision that would have horrified his insurance company if he'd still had one. He throttled up. Betsy's engine roared, black smoke belching from the exhaust. The tractor accelerated from walking pace to full speed, which for a 12,000-pound armored vehicle was about 30 kilometers per hour. It was enough. The walker's computer calculated the impact and dismissed it. Slow, heavy, manageable. The shield flared bright blue, confident and flawless and completely wrong. Betsy hit the shield doing 28 kilometers per hour, with the entire weight of her armor and chassis behind her. The shield flickered. Energy rippled across its surface in cascading patterns, trying to redirect the force. But there was a fundamental problem with using energy shields against solid objects. Energy could be redirected, but mass couldn't be erased. Betsy pushed through the shield like it was molasses. The walker's legs locked, servos straining to hold position. The shield brightened to blinding white, then failed entirely with a sound like breaking glass and an overloading transformer. Betsy's armored grille hit the walker's torso dead center. Physics did the rest. The walker tipped backward, its gyroscopic stabilizers screaming warnings, its anti-gravity systems trying desperately to compensate. It failed. The walker went down hard, crashing into the road with enough force to create a small crater. Betsy rolled over its legs with the casual indifference of a vehicle that had spent decades pulling stumps and didn't care about the difference between wood and alien alloy. Hank kept driving. Didn't slow down. Didn't stop. Just maintained his steady 30 kilometers per hour like he was on a routine patrol, and definitely hadn't just demolished a military robot. The other 3 walkers fired. Plasma bolts screamed across the distance, hitting Betsy's rear armor with superheated fury. The steel glowed orange where the bolts struck, but the angle was bad, and the armor was thick. The shots skittered off, leaving scorch marks but no penetration. One bolt hit the grain truck, which had shield plating at a 45-degree angle specifically to deflect energy weapons. The plasma splashed across the angled surface and dissipated harmlessly. "They're shooting at us," Rodriguez said with the tone of someone making an observation about the weather. "Return fire is authorized," Sarge said calmly. "Light weapons only. Aim for the leg joints." The colonists in the grain truck opened fire with an eclectic arsenal that would have given any military quartermaster a stroke. Bolt cutters on poles used as pole arms, thrown from the truck bed. Chunks of metal launched from improvised slingshots. One person had a potato gun loaded with ball bearings. It was absurd. It was improvised. It was startlingly effective against targets designed to withstand energy weapons but not agricultural warfare. A bolt cutter hit a walker's knee joint and jammed the actuator. The walker stumbled. The bulldozer, piloted by Rudy with the kind of joy usually reserved for destruction, accelerated toward the stumbling walker and simply pushed it over. The walker's shields flared, trying to stop the bulldozer. They failed. Momentum won again. The walker went down, and the bulldozer drove over it with the grinding inevitability of construction equipment that didn't care about your advanced technology. The remaining 2 walkers began backing up, their tactical computers trying to process this new threat paradigm. Energy shields were supposed to be effective against kinetics. The colonists were using kinetics. Therefore, shields should work. They weren't working. Error, recalculate. Recommend tactical withdrawal. One walker tried to get a shot off at the grain truck. Pumpkin came charging in from the flank, moving with the speed that 6 legs and predator evolution provided. The Vrask didn't attack. He simply ran full speed into the walker's leg joint, a collision of biology and machinery that neither had anticipated. The walker's stabilizers couldn't compensate for the sudden lateral force. It toppled sideways, servos grinding, and hit the ground hard. Pumpkin immediately disengaged, trotting back toward Lillian without pursuing the downed machine. "Good boy," Lillian called out. "Very good instincts, Pumpkin." The last walker still standing made the correct tactical decision and retreated at maximum speed. Its shields at full intensity, its plasma cannons firing suppressive shots that kept the convoy from pursuing. It left its 3 downed companions behind, their systems sparking and smoking, their legs twisted at angles that no amount of field repair would fix. The convoy completed its patrol loop and returned to the colony exactly 90 minutes after departure, as promised. 3 light walkers destroyed. 0 human casualties. 1 scorch mark on Betsy's rear armor that Hank would probably polish off before dinner. Marjorie was waiting at the gate when they rolled in. She walked a slow circle around Betsy, examining the impact points, checking the welds, looking for stress fractures. Found none. The armor had held. The doctrine had worked. Physics had won. "Well?" Hank asked, climbing down from the cab. "You dented the grill," Marjorie said. "Is that a problem?" "No, that's a badge of honor." She slapped the steel plating and it rang like a bell. "You just proved that momentum beats energy shields. That's going to change how they approach ground combat." Sarge emerged from the grain truck with his checklist and a satisfied expression. "No injuries, minor ammunition expenditure, significant tactical intelligence gathered. The walkers' shields can't handle sustained kinetic impact. They're designed for battlefield energy weapons, not construction equipment." "They're going to adapt," Rodriguez said. She was monitoring the shortwave radio, listening to the encrypted hegemony chatter. "I'm picking up emergency signals. They're recalling all ground units, switching to aerial and orbital superiority doctrine." "Good," Sarge said. "That gives us control of the ground level. They stay up there. We operate down here." He made a note on his checklist. "We need to accelerate the vehicle conversion schedule. If they're not deploying ground units, we can risk longer patrol routes. Maybe even scout their drop sites for supply raids." "How long until the next medical shipment is critical?" Marjorie asked. Yunji appeared from the clinic, her face drawn. 22 days for insulin. Hank's doing well on manual management, but 1 infection, 1 stress spike, and the timeline collapses. We need to either break the blockade or raid their medical supplies within 3 weeks. 22 days. Marjorie ran the numbers. 2 days for conversions, 3 for training, 2 for recon, then the raid. Too many steps, too little time, 0 margin for error. "Then we accelerate everything," Marjorie said. "Finish the conversions. Run daily patrols to establish operational patterns. Start reconnaissance on their supply depot locations." She looked at the battered but functional convoy. "Today we proved we can fight them on the ground. Next week, we prove we can take what we need." Aboard the Silence of Stars, Vrax was reading the Walker Unit casualty report with the expression of someone watching their tactical doctrine collapse in real time. 3 units destroyed, not by advanced weapons, not by military equipment, by agricultural vehicles and improvised kinetics. The shields had failed. The energy absorption matrices had been overwhelmed by simple mass and momentum. "How?" he asked the tactical officer. "The shields are rated for battlefield ordnance, anti-tank rounds, plasma artillery. How did farming equipment defeat them?" "The shields convert kinetic energy to dispersed energy, Commander. They're designed to handle fast-moving projectiles with concentrated impact points. The colonists use slow-moving vehicles with enormous mass. The shields couldn't disperse that much sustained force. The energy matrices overloaded and collapsed. So they found the weakness in our defensive systems by using tractors." "Yes, Commander." Vrax pulled up the tactical assessment and began revising it. The colonists had armored vehicles. They had kinetic warfare doctrine. They had demonstrated effective combined arms operations with infantry and bioweapon support. The threat assessment tag changed from armed resistance to organized military force. Recommendation? Vrax asked. Withdraw all ground forces to orbital positions. Maintain blockade from altitude. Wait for medical attrition to force negotiation. The tactical officer paused. Or deploy heavy siege assets and end this quickly. Heavy siege assets will inflict unacceptable collateral damage. The hegemony wants this colony intact, not glassed. The mineral rights alone are worth more than the cost of this entire operation. Vrax studied the map. We maintain the blockade. We wait, but we stop underestimating them. They're running out of time, Commander. Medical projections give them less than a month. And they're running out of metal, Vrax countered. They can't armor everything. They can't sustain production indefinitely. Eventually, they'll exhaust their resources. He closed the report. We have time. They don't. That's the math that matters. Down in Redstone, that math was on everyone's mind. 22 days of insulin. 11 vehicles still unarmored. Unknown enemy positions. Unknown security measures. Unknown risks. The convoy test had been a success, but it was just a test. The real work was still ahead. Marjorie returned to the scrap forge and fired up the welding torch. The metal still needed to be cut. The armor still needed to be welded. The work still needed to be done. The sound of creation and transformation filled the barn once more, sparks flying in the dimming light. Outside, Betsy sat cooling in the evening air, her armor scarred but intact, her engine still strong. She'd faced advanced military hardware and won through nothing more than mass, momentum, and the fundamental truth that physics doesn't negotiate. Somewhere above, the silence of stars hung in orbit, waiting for time and biology to deliver victory. But down on the ground, in a barn full of welding torches and stubborn veterans, time was being weaponized in the other direction. Every hour of work was an hour closer to raid capability. Every vehicle armored was another piece of force projection. Every day they held out was another day the aliens' certainty eroded. The math was changing, slowly, painfully. But it was changing. And in 22 days, one way or another, they'd know if it had changed enough. Pumpkin came back from the morning patrol limping. Not the theatrical limp of an animal seeking attention, but the careful, minimized gait of a predator trying to hide weakness. He made it as far as the clinic steps before his back left leg gave out entirely, and he collapsed with a sound that was half whine, half mechanical grinding that shouldn't come from anything alive. Lillian was at his side before anyone else registered what had happened. Her hands moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd spent 40 years reading animal distress signals and responding before the crisis became a catastrophe. She found the wound immediately. A plasma burn across his left flank, just behind the shoulder joint where the armor plating would have been if he'd had any. The scales were blackened and cracked, the flesh underneath angry red and weeping. The smell of cooked meat and burned chitin made her stomach turn. Yunji! Lillian's voice was steady, but there was an edge to it that made everyone in earshot stop what they were doing. I need the clinic, now. Yunji emerged from the doorway, took one look at the wound, and made a series of rapid hand gestures that cleared the clinic's waiting area in seconds. Get him inside. Kara, I need the xenobiology field kit. The one with the broad-spectrum pain management, not the human dosages. 4 colonists helped maneuver Pumpkin through the doorway. He was heavy, easily 200 kilograms, and trying very hard not to make sounds that would indicate pain. He failed. The whimpers that escaped were heartbreaking, made worse by the fact that they sounded almost mechanical, like his vocal cords were struggling to process an emotion his species hadn't been engineered to express. The other Vrask had followed him back to the colony. They sat in a semicircle outside the clinic, completely still, their spines displaying muted colors that Lillian had learned to recognize as anxiety. Sage kept making a soft chirping sound. Time was pressed against the wall, his tail wrapped tightly around his body. Even the usually confident Cinnamon looked small and uncertain. Inside, Yunji was working with the focused intensity of someone who'd treated battlefield casualties in worse conditions with less equipment. The burn is deep but clean, no infection yet, but it will be if we don't seal it properly. Lillian, I need you to keep him calm. He's stressed enough that his biochemistry is spiking into defensive modes, and if he decides I'm a threat, this gets complicated. Lillian positioned herself at Pumpkin's head, her hands gently stroking the uninjured scales along his neck ridge. "You're okay, baby. You're going to be fine. Dr. Park is very good at this. Yes, she is. Yes, she is." The words were less important than the tone. Soothing. Constant. The kind of reassurance that worked across species barriers, because some things were universal. Pumpkin's spines flickered from distressed red to cautious amber. His breathing steadied slightly. One massive eye focused on Lillian with an intensity that suggested he understood more than anyone gave him credit for. "Good," Yunji said. "Keep that up. Kara, analgesic compound 7, topical application. I'm going to debride the worst of the necrotic tissue and seal the wound with bioadhesive. This is going to hurt him, but it's necessary." The next 20 minutes were difficult. Pumpkin made sounds that Lillian would hear in her nightmares for weeks. But he didn't thrash, didn't try to bite, didn't do anything except press his head harder against Lillian's hands and endure. By the time Yunji finished, the wound was sealed under a thick layer of synthetic skin that would protect it while it healed. The prognosis was good. No permanent damage. Full mobility expected within 2 weeks. But Lillian was shaking. Not from fear, from rage. "Who shot him?" she asked quietly. "Hegemony patrol drone," Rodriguez said from the doorway. She'd been monitoring communications. They sent a reconnaissance unit through the eastern sector. The Vrask were doing perimeter sweeps. The drone engaged. Pumpkin drove it off, but not before it got a shot. "He drove it off," Lillian repeated. "He protected the colony. And they shot him." "Yes." Lillian stood slowly. Her hands were still shaking, but her voice was absolutely steady. "Where's Marjorie?" Marjorie was in the scrap forge, elbow deep in a transmission assembly that had decided to fail at the worst possible time. She looked up when Lillian walked in, saw the expression on her face, and immediately set down her tools. "What happened?" "Pumpkin was shot. Plasma burn. Yunji says he'll heal, but Marjorie, they shot him. He was doing exactly what we asked him to do, and they shot him." Lillian's voice cracked slightly. "He's not a weapon. He's not disposable. He's family. And I will not watch him get hurt again because we didn't protect him." Marjorie was quiet for a long moment. Then she picked up her measuring tape and a notepad. "Show me." They went back to the clinic. Pumpkin was resting on a padded mat, his breathing steady, his spines a calm green that indicated the pain medication was working. The other Vrask had been allowed inside and were pressed against him in a pile of scales and protective instinct. Marjorie walked a slow circle around them, taking measurements, making notes, calculating load distributions and stress points. "This is going to require a lot of steel," she said finally. "I don't care," Lillian said. "Use whatever you need. It's going to be heavy. He'll move slower. It might affect his effectiveness in the field. He doesn't need to be effective. He needs to be safe." Marjorie looked at Lillian, then at Pumpkin, then at the pile of Vrask, who were all watching her with varying degrees of hope and suspicion. She did some mental math about resource allocation and priority assignments and the fact that they were supposed to be armoring vehicles, not adopting alien bioweapons. Then she thought about the way Pumpkin had charged a walker to protect the convoy, the way he'd brought Lillian the ball every single morning without fail, the way he'd curled around Hank when the old man's blood sugar had dropped during a work shift last week, keeping him warm until help arrived. "All right," Marjorie said. "I'll make him a jacket, but he's going to have to hold still while I do the fitting." Pumpkin held very still. He seemed to understand that the woman with the measuring tape and the plasma cutter was trying to help. Or maybe he just trusted Lillian's reassurance. Either way, he sat like a statue while Marjorie took measurements of his torso, his legs, his neck, his tail. She sketched designs on her notepad, calculating angles and overlap points and where the plates would need to articulate to allow movement. "This is going to take 2 days," she said. "Maybe 3. I'll need to pull some steel from the vehicle queue, but we can spare it, and I'm going to need help. Rudy, you any good with complex joint mechanics?" "Better than most," Rudy said. He'd appeared in the doorway at some point, along with half a dozen other colonists who'd heard what happened and wanted to help. "Good, because this armor needs to bend with him, not against him. We're not making a tank. We're making protection for something that still needs to hunt." She looked at Pumpkin. You hear that, you big lizard? We're making you a jacket. A very heavy, very ugly jacket that's going to stop plasma bolts. And you're going to wear it and like it." Pumpkin's tail wagged once, slowly, painfully, but definitely a wag. The work consumed the scrap forge for the next 60 hours. Marjorie designed the armor in sections, a chest plate that covered his vital organs, shoulder guards that wouldn't interfere with his leg articulation, a collar that protected his neck without restricting his head movement. The plates were smaller than vehicle armor, shaped to follow the natural contours of his body. Each piece was fitted, adjusted, refitted, adjusted again. The joints were the hardest part. Vrask moved in ways that human engineering didn't naturally account for. 6 legs meant 6 points of articulation that all needed to work together without binding. Lillian was there for every fitting. Pumpkin tolerated the process with the patience of a creature who'd decided these strange humans were worth trusting. He let them position plates against his scales, let them mark attachment points, let them test range of motion while he walked in slow circles. The only time he protested was when Marjorie tried to armor his tail, and even then it was just a gentle headshake that clearly communicated, "Absolutely not. The tail stays free." "Fair enough," Marjorie said. "Tail stays unarmored. Everything else is getting plated." Marjorie laminated the plates, steel backed with scavenged heat-dispersive composites, light enough to move, thick enough to survive plasma. The final assembly happened on the 3rd morning. Pumpkin stood in the center of the scrap forge while Marjorie and Rudy attached the armor piece by piece. Chest plate first, secured with adjustable straps that could accommodate his breathing. Shoulder guards that locked into place with spring-loaded clasps. The collar, the leg guards, the reinforced spine plating. Each piece fit perfectly. Each piece moved with him instead of against him. The total weight was significant, 30 kilograms of steel plate distributed across his body. But Vrask were strong, and Pumpkin was particularly robust. He took a few experimental steps, his gait adjusting to the new weight distribution, then a few more. Then he broke into a trot, then a run, the armor clanking but holding, the joints flexing exactly as designed. He looked terrifying. The matte gray steel made him look twice his actual size. The articulated plates gave him the appearance of a mechanical war beast from some dystopian future. He moved with purpose and power and the kind of inevitability that made people reconsider their life choices. "One more thing," Marjorie said. She pulled out a can of spray paint, bright orange, the same color she used to mark hazardous equipment. She shook the can, aimed, and painted 2 words across his armored flank in letters large enough to read from 50 meters away. "Good boy." Pumpkin tilted his head, trying to see what had been written. Couldn't quite manage the angle. Lillian showed him using a mirror they'd propped against the wall. His spines flickered through a dozen colors before settling on bright, happy green. His tail wagged so hard his entire back end wiggled. "That's right," Lillian said, her voice thick. "You're a very good boy, the best boy, and now everyone knows it." The other Vrask crowded around to investigate. They sniffed the armor, tapped it with their snouts, made interested chirping sounds. Cinnamon looked at Marjorie with an expression that clearly communicated, "Where is my jacket?" Sage just sat and looked hopeful. Within an hour, Marjorie had measurements for 6 more sets of Vrask armor. "I'm going to run out of steel before I run out of adoptees," she muttered. But she was already sketching designs for lighter-weight versions that would provide protection without compromising the pack's speed advantage. Sarge appeared in the doorway and stared at the armored Vrask for a long moment. "That's the most ridiculous thing I've seen all week." "That's the point," Marjorie said. "We're making a statement." "What statement?" "That anything under our protection stays protected. They want to classify the Vrask as disposable military assets. Fine. We'll show them what happens when you try to dispose of something we've decided to keep." She slapped Pumpkin's armored shoulder, and it rang like a bell. "He's bulletproof now, plasma-resistant, impact-rated, and he knows we did this for him. They're going to think we've lost our minds." "Good. Let them think that. Unpredictable enemies are dangerous enemies." Marjorie picked up her welding torch. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have 5 more sets of Vrask armor to build and approximately 18 days of insulin left to do it in." Aboard the Silence of Stars, the reconnaissance drone footage was being analyzed for the third time. The tactical officer couldn't believe what he was seeing, couldn't process it, couldn't fit it into any operational framework that made sense. "Commander, the Vrask have been equipped with armor." Vrax looked up from his reports. "Explain." "The colonists manufactured protective plating for the bioweapons. Full-body coverage, articulated joints. The armor appears to be constructed from the same steel they're using for vehicle modifications." He pulled up an image. Pumpkin, standing in profile, every inch of him covered in plate except his tail, the words, "Good Boy," visible in orange paint. "They armored a bioweapon," Vrax said slowly. "Yes, Commander." "A bioweapon that we deployed against them." "Yes, Commander." "And they spray-painted words of affection on it." "Yes, Commander." Vrax stared at the image. The Vrask looked formidable, dangerous, protected. The fact that it was also labeled as a good boy should have been absurd. Instead, it was somehow more disturbing than if they'd painted kill markings or tactical designations. It suggested a level of emotional investment that went beyond utility, beyond strategy. They weren't using the Vrask as weapons. They were protecting them as family. "What's the tactical implication?" Vrax asked. "Unknown, Commander. We've never encountered a target population that armors captured bioweapons. There's no doctrine for this, no classification, no response protocol." The tactical officer pulled up threat assessments. "If they're willing to expend resources on protective equipment for Vrask, they're not operating under standard military resource allocation models. They're operating under something else." "What?" "Emotional logic, Commander. They're making decisions based on attachment rather than tactical efficiency. That makes them unpredictable." "Yes, Commander, and possibly more dangerous. Emotional investment increases commitment, increases willingness to take risks, increases pain threshold for acceptable losses." The tactical officer closed the file. "They've classified the Vrask as in-group members. That changes the engagement calculus significantly." Vrax updated the threat assessment tags. The list was getting uncomfortably long. Armed resistance, organized military force, psychological warfare capability, emotional investment in enemy assets. He added a new one, resource allocation patterns non-standard. "Maintain observation," he said finally. "Document all Vrask activity, and do not attempt to engage them directly. If the colonists have decided to protect them, then harming them becomes a provocation rather than a tactical advantage." "Understood, Commander." Down in Redstone, Pumpkin was testing his new armor on the afternoon patrol route. He moved with confidence now, knowing that the burning sensation wouldn't happen again. The other Vrask followed in formation, 4 of them already wearing lighter-weight armor that Marjorie had completed ahead of schedule. They looked like a small mechanized unit. Terrifying, loyal, protected. Lillian walked with them, throwing the ball occasionally, making sure they maintained formation discipline. Every time Pumpkin retrieved the ball, the armor clanked. Every time his spines flickered happy green, the steel plates shifted with him. He was still the same gentle creature who loved treats and scratches, but now he was also bulletproof. And somewhere above, in a ship full of people who designed him to be disposable, they were recalculating what it meant to fight opponents who refused to accept disposability as a valid category. The math was changing again. 1 armored Vrask at a time, 18 days of insulin left. But now they had an armored pack. 6 bulletproof good boys who'd decided that these particular humans were worth protecting. The Hegemony could have their blockade, could have their tactical superiority, could have their time advantage. Redstone had something better. It had creatures who'd chosen them, and humans who'd chosen back. And that kind of loyalty, the kind that built armor and spray-painted affection, was worth more than any tactical doctrine could account for. The patrol completed its loop and returned home. Pumpkin's armor gleamed in the late afternoon sun. The words "good boy" caught the light and reflected it back like a promise, like a warning, like a statement of fact that couldn't be argued with. He was a good boy, the best boy, and nobody was going to hurt him again. Calith analyst Xylo had been assigned to the Redstone operation because he was the best. 300 standard years of predictive modeling, 74 successful campaign forecasts, a computational accuracy rating of 99.7%. He had never failed a simulation. Not once. Not until today. The analysis bay was quiet except for the hum of processing cores and the soft bioluminescence of his workstation. Xylo sat motionless in his acceleration couch, his sensory tendrils connected directly to the tactical prediction matrix. The system was sophisticated, beautiful. It had predicted the surrender of 47 colonies with perfect accuracy. Redstone should have been simple. Population, 47. Average age, 72. Medical dependency, high. Time until critical shortage, 18 days. He ran the simulation. The screen displayed, error. Prediction confidence below minimum threshold. Xylo verified the inputs. The math held. The assumptions held. The result did not. He ran it again. Error. Behavioral pattern does not match established parameters. The problem was clear. The colonists were making decisions that violated survival optimization. They were expending resources on non-essential activities. They were taking risks that exceeded tactical benefit. They were operating under a decision framework the system couldn't classify. Xylo isolated specific individuals. Subject, Navarro, tactical coordinator. Subject, Kellen, engineering lead. Subject, Chen, xenobiology specialist. He fed their data into the simulation and asked, what will they do next? The answer came back wrong. Navarro was prioritizing defense and offense simultaneously, violating resource optimization. Kellen was building armor for Vrask instead of vehicles, violating tactical priority. Chen was treating enemy bioweapons as protected assets, violating threat classification. He ran the simulation forward. What happens when the colony faces overwhelming force? The result was immediate and disturbing. Subjects will position themselves between threat and protected assets. Probability of tactical withdrawal, 0.3%. Probability of continued resistance despite unfavorable casualty projections, 98.9%. Xylo increased the threat level, reduced defensive capability, set the scenario to guarantee that continued resistance would result in complete casualties. What will they do? The system processed for 7 full seconds. Then, subjects will advance toward threat. Self-preservation protocol violation detected. Altruistic suicide. Variable exceeds computational bounds. Error, there it was. Altruistic suicide. A statistical anomaly that shouldn't exist in tactical modeling. Xylo pulled up broader observational data, searching for the pattern. The Vrask armor. Significant steel reserves expended to protect captured bioweapons. The system tried to classify it as asset preservation, but the good boy designation broke that framework entirely. It wasn't utility calculation. It was emotional attachment. The system flagged it as the first truly unclassifiable data point. Everything after that was contaminated by the same logic error. The perimeter traps paired with medical treatment for enemy wounded. Combat capability contradicting medical ethics. The system couldn't reconcile it. The convoy operations that advanced into superior forces rather than retreating. The vehicles that positioned themselves to absorb fire while damaged units withdrew. Each action violated survival protocols. Xylo compiled the data and asked, what is the primary objective driving colony behavior? The answer appeared after 11 seconds of processing. Protect vulnerable population members. Maintain social cohesion. Preserve autonomy. Ensure survival of group even at cost to individual survival probability. The fourth objective violated the third. If individual survival was subordinated to group survival, the entire behavioral model collapsed. Xylo tested the hypothesis directly. Scenario: the colony is offered medical supplies in exchange for surrender. All personnel survive. What will they choose? The system produced insufficient data to predict. Observed behavior suggests 73% probability of refusal despite survival incentive. This result violates baseline psychological modeling. Xylo felt something that his species had largely evolved past through selective breeding and neural optimization. Something close to panic. He was looking at a population that made decisions based on factors that couldn't be modeled mathematically. Loyalty. Affection. Principle. The system had never needed variables for inefficiency before. They reduced survival probability. They violated the fundamental logic of existence. Continue existing. But the humans weren't following that logic. And if they weren't, then everything Xylo knew about tactical analysis was insufficient. Because you couldn't threaten entities that valued something more than life. Coercion requires fear. Fear requires a survival threshold. Redstone had none. He filed his report. It was brief, clinical, terrifying. Subject: predictive analysis. Failure: Redstone Colony operations. Summary: standard behavioral modeling has failed. Population demonstrates repeated violation of self-preservation protocols. Subjects prioritize group cohesion and social bonds over individual survival. Analysis: current doctrine assumes medical attrition will force surrender. Observed behavior suggests subjects may not prioritize survival above autonomy or social bonds. Attrition strategy may fail. Subjects may choose collective mortality over submission. Recommendation: immediate strategic reassessment. Blockade effectiveness uncertain. Confidence level 43%. Analyst note: first recommendation below 90% confidence in 74 campaigns. Target population operates under logic system our models cannot accommodate. Request relief from assignment. Xylo transmitted the report and sat in the dark. 300 years of predicting sapient behavior. 74 successful campaigns. He had learned to calculate the exact point where hope became submission. The humans didn't have that point. Or if they did, it existed beyond acceptable casualty rates, beyond resource exhaustion, beyond rational calculation, in a place his system couldn't reach, and that made them more dangerous than any enemy he had ever analyzed. Because an enemy who valued something more than survival would fight until they achieved their goal or ceased to exist. There was no negotiation with that, no prediction, no middle ground. He ran one final simulation. Will they surrender? The system processed. Then, prediction. Confidence, 2.1%. Subjects prioritize abstract principles over survival probability. Outcome, uncertain. Recommend immediate withdrawal from engagement zone. Xylo read it 3 times. The system was recommending retreat. Not because the enemy was strong, because the enemy was incomprehensible. And incomprehensible enemies couldn't be defeated through calculation. Only through overwhelming force or exhaustion. And the simulations couldn't predict which would break them first because the simulations didn't understand what they were fighting for. He sent the report to Commander Vrax with a priority flag, 18 days until medical crisis. But that timeline only mattered if the humans feared death more than they feared surrender. And every data point suggested they didn't. The simulation was still running, still trying to model human behavior, still producing errors. Xylo watched the messages accumulate, each one representing a choice that prioritized abstraction over concrete survival. The screen flickered. One final message appeared. Error. Cannot compute victory conditions against population with no fear threshold. Survival pressure. Ineffective when survival not primary objective. Recommend strategic disengagement. Xylo disconnected from the system. For the first time in his career, he understood what it meant to face an opponent his mathematically perfect system couldn't beat. Not because they were stronger, because they operated under a logic his models couldn't parse. And unparsable meant unpredictable, and unpredictable meant dangerous in ways that no tactical superiority could counter. The system already knew the answer. Command just hadn't caught up yet. The convoy hadn't moved in 4 hours. Marjorie stood in the clinic's supply room, chalk in hand, staring at the blackboard like it owed her money. Yesterday's number, 19, was still visible under the smudged erasure marks. She dragged the chalk across the slate, the screech cutting through the quiet. 18 days of insulin, 18 days before Hank's body started cannibalizing itself. She set the chalk down and wiped her hands on her jeans, but the dust clung to her fingers like accusation. Behind her, someone was arguing about the grain truck's tire pressure. Someone else was welding. The scrap forge never stopped. But Marjorie couldn't look away from that number. Sarge appeared in the doorway, moving quietly for a man with a bum knee. "Still no movement on the drop site?" Marjorie asked without turning. "Nothing. They're waiting us out." Sarge's jaw worked like he was chewing on something bitter. "Vrax isn't stupid. He knows we need that med crate. He's hoping we'll do something desperate." "We are doing something desperate." "Then let's make sure it's the smart kind of desperate." Marjorie turned to face him. Her welding goggles were pushed up into her gray hair, leaving pale rings around her eyes. She looked tired. They all looked tired. But tired didn't mean done. "Hank's driving," she said. Sarge's eyebrows climbed. "Marjorie, he can barely—" "I know. But if we send anyone else and it goes bad, we lose a driver and Hank still dies in 18 days. If we send Hank and it goes bad, at least he's fighting for his own life. He deserves that choice." Sarge was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded once, sharp and final. "I'll ride shotgun, literally." Marjorie almost smiled. "The grain truck?" "The grain truck. Low profile. Fast enough. The armor plating you added last week should handle small arms fire." "Should," Marjorie echoed. "My favorite word." Sarge clapped her once on the shoulder and turned to go, but she caught his wrist. "Bring him back," she said quietly. "Alive. Not victorious, not heroic. Alive." Sarge met her eyes. There was something ancient in his gaze, something that remembered wars where the math had demanded uglier trades than this. "Understood." He limped toward the barn, calling for Hank. Marjorie turned back to the blackboard. She picked up the chalk, hesitated, then wrote a second number below the first, 17, just in case they didn't make it back before midnight. The grain truck rolled out an hour before sunset. Hank drove. Sarge rode passenger side with his shotgun across his lap and a canvas bag of homemade breaching charges at his feet. The truck's original red paint was hidden now under welded steel plates and wire mesh. It looked like something built in a junkyard and lovingly raised by a maniac. It was perfect. Hank's hands were steady on the wheel, but his face was pale. Too pale. Sarge had watched him check his glucose monitor twice in the last 10 minutes. The numbers weren't good. "How you feeling?" Sarge asked. "Like I should have eaten more before we left." "You ate 4 pancakes. Should have been 6. Hank's grin was shaky. "Don't worry, Sarge. I've driven worse routes in worse shape. Remember the Thalys Ridge supply convoy?" Sarge remembered. 48 hours straight through hostile terrain with Hank at the wheel. Half asleep and running on stimulants and spite. The man had delivered every crate on time. "You didn't have diabetes back then." "Yeah, well, we adapt." Hank squinted at the road. The sun was low now, painting everything in shades of rust and amber. "How far?" 2 clicks. The pod came down in the gully past the Meyer farm. Orbital imaging shows minimal enemy presence. "Minimal," Hank said, "which means they're either lying or bored." "Probably both." They drove in silence for a while. The road, what was left of it, was pitted with plasma scoring and the deep ruts left by Hegemony walker treads. The grain truck bounced and groaned over every crater, the suspension protesting in metallic squeals. Hank missed the turn, not by much. Just a half-second late on the wheel, drifting past the fork in the road before he corrected. Sarge didn't say anything, didn't need to. Hank's jaw tightened. "Saw it," Hank muttered. "I know." They backtracked. Hank's knuckles were white on the steering wheel now, his grip too tight, overcompensating. Sarge watched him from the corner of his eye, counting the seconds between blinks. Too long. Hank's reactions were slowing, his brain running on fumes. "Hank, I'm fine." "You're not fine. You're white as a sheet." "I said I'm fine." Hank's voice came out harder than he meant it to. He forced himself to breathe. "Just low blood sugar. Happens. I've got glucose tabs in my pocket. I'll be okay once we—" The world tilted, not actually. The road was still flat, but Hank's inner ear disagreed violently, and suddenly the steering wheel was the only solid thing in a universe made of vertigo. His vision narrowed, the edges going gray and soft. He overcorrected left, then right, the truck fishtailing on the loose gravel. "Hank!" I got it. He didn't have it. The front tire hit a crater at the wrong angle, and the whole truck lurched sideways. Hank's hands slipped. The wheels spun free. Sarge lunged across the cab and grabbed it, but they were already off the road, plowing through the remnants of a wire fence and into the scrubland beyond. The truck slammed into a drainage ditch and stopped. Hard. Hank's head cracked against the window. Stars exploded across his vision, bright and sharp, and then the stars faded to black. His ears rang. Everything sounded distant, muffled, like he was underwater. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. Hank, look at me." Sarge's voice was far away. Hank tried to focus on his face, but the edges kept blurring, dissolving into static. His tongue felt thick and useless. "I'm okay," he slurred. "Just give me a second. Glucose, now." Sarge was already digging through Hank's pockets, pulling out the small plastic tube of tabs. He shoved 2 into Hank's mouth. "Chew, don't swallow." Hank chewed. The chalky sweetness was supposed to help, but it felt like trying to bail out the Titanic with a teaspoon. His head lolled against the seat. His vision grayed further. Sarge keyed his radio. "Ironheart, we're down. Hank's in hypoglycemic shock. We're sitting ducks." The response came back immediately, Marjorie's voice tight with controlled fear. "Location?" "Half a click from the pod site. Meyer Farm Gully." "Can you move him?" Sarge looked at Hank. The man's chest was rising and falling, but each breath was shallow, labored. Moving him would kill him faster. "Negative. He needs time." "You don't have time." Hegemony patrol inbound from the north. 2 walkers and a squad of infantry. ETA 4 minutes. Sarge's blood went cold. "Copy. We'll hold position." "Sarge, I said we'll hold." He clicked off the radio and grabbed his shotgun. The truck was stuck nose down in the ditch, surrounded by open ground. No cover, no high ground, no tactical advantage. Just a broken vehicle, a dying man, and 4 minutes. He checked his ammo. 6 shells, 2 breaching charges, a knife that had seen better wars. It was going to be a long 4 minutes. Sarge kicked open the passenger door and dropped into the dirt. The sun was fully down now, leaving only the pale glow of Redstone's twin moons. He could hear the walkers before he could see them. The hydraulic hiss. The heavy thud of their footfalls. The mechanical grind of servos. Then the searchlights snapped on, blinding and white, turning night into artificial day. 2 light walkers crested the ridge. Smaller than the siege striders, but still 3 meters tall and bristling with plasma repeaters. Between them, a squad of hegemony infantry advanced in formation, their armor gleaming like polished chitin. Sarge raised his shotgun. "Well," he muttered to himself, "this is gonna be loud." The first walker's searchlight fixed on the truck. A voice boomed from its external speaker, translated into clipped standard English. "Human combatant, surrender your vehicle and companion. You will not be harmed." Sarge fired. The shotgun slug sparked off the walker's hull plating, doing exactly nothing except announcing his position. The walker's plasma repeater swiveled toward him, the barrel glowing hot. And then something else moved in the darkness, fast, low to the ground. The sound came first, not a roar. A growl that started deep in the earth and climbed up through the spine. The hegemony infantry saw the shape second, turning their weapons toward the movement. One of them shouted a warning in their native tongue. The translator lagged, turning it into garbled panic. Sarge didn't need a translation. He recognized the silhouette. 6 legs, bioluminescent spines flaring electric blue, 30 kilograms of welded steel plate armor catching the moonlight. Pumpkin hit the lead walker like a freight train with teeth. The impact was catastrophic. The walker's left leg buckled under 200 kilograms of armored reptile, moving at full sprint. Pumpkin's jaws clamped down on the hydraulic joint and wrenched sideways with the force of an industrial vice. Metal screamed. Fluid sprayed black in the searchlight glare. The walker toppled, crashing into the dirt with a sound like a car accident. The infantry opened fire. Plasma bolts lit up the night, a dozen streams of superheated death converging on Pumpkin's armored bulk. The bolts hit the steel plating and ricocheted, sparking into the sky like fireworks. One scored a direct hit on his shoulder plate. The metal cracked, a spiderweb fracture spreading across the surface. Another bolt slipped through the gap, burning a line across his flank. Pumpkin roared, not pain, fury. He released the walker and spun, faster than anything that size had a right to move. His tail lashed out and caught an infantryman across the chest, launching him backward into his squad mates. Then Pumpkin was moving again, his gait uneven now, favoring the injured leg, but he didn't slow. Blood, dark and viscous, seeped from the plasma burn, mixing with the bioluminescence of his spines. The effect was grotesque and beautiful. Green light pulsing through red. He reached the truck and planted himself between the grain truck and the remaining walker. His spines flared bright enough to cast shadows. The growl that rolled out of his chest wasn't a dog's growl. It was something older. Something evolution had spent millions of years teaching prey animals to fear. The walker's pilot hesitated. Fatal mistake. Pumpkin charged. This time he didn't go for the legs. He leaped, his armored bulk slamming into the walker's cockpit canopy, with the full weight of his body behind it. The pilot screamed. Claws screeched against reinforced glass. The walker staggered backward, its plasma repeater firing wild, and then Pumpkin's jaws found the main power conduit running along the walker's spine. He bit down. Sparks exploded. The walker's lights flickered and died. It collapsed in a heap of smoking metal. The infantry broke. Sarge watched them retreat into the darkness, their formation shattered, their morale non-existent. He let them go. He had more important things to worry about. He turned back to the truck. Pumpkin was already there, limping now, the damaged leg dragging slightly. He stood on his hind legs and hooked his front claws over the driver's side door. The door was crumpled inward, the frame bent. Pumpkin pulled. The door tore free with a shriek of tortured metal. Inside, Hank was slumped against the steering wheel, barely conscious. His breathing was shallow, his skin was clammy, his lips were pale. Pumpkin made a sound. Not a growl. Something softer. Almost a whine. He reached into the cab with one massive claw and hooked Hank's jacket, dragging him carefully out of the wreckage. Hank's eyes fluttered open. Pumpkin? The Vrask lowered him to the ground, then curled his armored body around him, a living shield. His spines pulsed a soft, steady green, calm, protective. The cracked plate on his shoulder gleamed in the moonlight, split open like a wound. Blood still seeped from the plasma burn on his flank, but he didn't move. He stayed curled around Hank, watching the horizon. Sarge limped over and knelt beside them. He had more glucose tabs in his pocket, and he pushed them into Hank's mouth one by one. Chew, that's an order. Hank chewed. His color was starting to come back. Slowly. The shaking eased, but then his chest hitched. Once, twice, and stopped. Sarge's hand froze halfway to the radio. The world went very quiet. No breathing, no movement, just Hank's body, still and gray in the moonlight. No, Hank, no, no, no. Sarge pressed 2 fingers to Hank's throat. Nothing. He tilted Hank's head back, ready to start compressions, and then Hank gasped. A huge, shuddering breath that sounded like life clawing its way back from the edge. His chest heaved. His eyes opened, unfocused and wild. Easy, easy, you're okay, you're okay. Sarge's voice cracked. He keyed his radio with shaking hands. Ironheart. Hostiles neutralized. Hank stabilizing. We're going to need a tow. Marjorie's voice crackled back. For a moment there was only static, the signal cutting in and out. Then her voice came through, thick with relief. Copy. Betsy's already rolling. ETA 10 minutes. And Marjorie? Yeah? Pumpkin's getting extra rations tonight. Maybe a steak. Hell, maybe 2. There was a pause. Then, quietly, he's earned it. Sarge clicked off and looked down at Hank. The man's eyes were clearer now, focused. He reached up with one shaking hand and rested it on Pumpkin's armored flank. His fingers traced the spray-painted letters, then moved to the cracked plate, the jagged split in the metal. Good boy. Hank whispered, Good boy. Pumpkin's spines flared bright orange. Happy. The bridge of the Silence of Stars smelled like ozone and failure. High Commander Vrax stood in front of the tactical display, his secondary arms clasped behind his carapace while his primary hands worked the holographic interface. Around him, the command crew moved with the careful efficiency of people who knew their commander was 3 bad reports away from executing someone. They'd lost 2 lightwalkers in a single engagement. Not to artillery, not to air support, to a farming vehicle and something the xenobiology team was still arguing about in the reports. A biological weapon that had turned on its handlers and was now wearing scrap metal like a trophy. Vrax's mandibles clicked in agitation. "Status on the ground forces," he said. His tactical officer, a younger Caliph named Thren, pulled up the relevant data with trembling hands. "Withdrawn to defensive perimeter, Commander. Infantry morale is critically low. 17% of forward scouts have filed transfer requests. The incident with the Vrask pack has destabilized unit cohesion." "Destabilized," Vrax repeated. The word tasted like ash. "A diplomatic way to say our soldiers are afraid of retirees and domesticated animals. Commander, the humans are employing unconventional. Unconventional implies creative adaptation within known parameters. This is something else." Vrax gestured at the tactical display, where red icons marked the locations of destroyed equipment. "They are using industrial machinery as weapons platforms. They have subverted military-grade bioweapons through positive reinforcement. They operate without centralized command infrastructure. Every predictive model we run returns error codes." Thren said nothing. There was nothing to say. Vrax turned away from the display and paced the length of the bridge. His boots clicked against the deck plating in a rhythm that matched his growing frustration. The Hegemony had conquered 14 star systems in the last century. 14 campaigns executed with mathematical precision. 0 failures, until Redstone. "Analyst Xylo's report," Vrax said. "Summarize." Thren hesitated. "Commander, with respect, the analyst's conclusions are unorthodox." "I am aware. Summarize anyway." Thren pulled up the document. The header alone made Vrax's secondary stomach churn. "Predictive model, confidence, 2.1%. Recommendation, immediate strategic withdrawal. The analyst believes the human defenders are operating outside the bounds of survival-driven logic," Thren said carefully. "Their actions suggest a willingness to accept death in service of abstract social bonds. The AI cannot model this. Every simulation ends in recursive failure. Because the AI assumes rational actors. Yes, Commander. And these humans are not rational. The analyst would say they operate on a different rationality, one we do not possess the cultural framework to predict." Vrax's mandibles spread in what another species might call a smile. It was not a happy expression. "Show me the surveillance data from the last engagement. Full spectrum analysis." Thren complied. The holographic display filled with footage from the grain truck incident. Grainy thermal imaging. Electromagnetic scatter. Audio feeds distorted by distance and interference. Vrax watched the human vehicle crash. Watched one of the occupants collapse. Watched the Vrask, pumpkin, the humans called it, as if naming a weapon made it a pet, charge 2 lightwalkers and dismantle them with appalling efficiency. "Freeze there," Vrax said. The image locked. The Vrask curled around the fallen human, its armor cracked and leaking bioluminescent fluid. Protecting, not attacking, not retreating, just waiting. This creature was bred for combat, Vrax said quietly. It was engineered to kill on command, and now it risks its life for a species it has known for less than a lunar cycle. "Yes, Commander." "Why?" Thren had no answer. Vrax stared at the frozen image for a long moment, then waved it away. "We are missing something," he said. "Something foundational. The humans are not acting like civilians defending their homes. They are acting like soldiers. Commander, our intelligence reports confirm the colony's status, registered as a civilian agricultural settlement. No military infrastructure, no active duty personnel. The average age is 73 standard years. Then our intelligence reports are incomplete." Vrax returned to the tactical display and pulled up the colony's administrative data. Names, addresses, medical records, farming equipment registrations, the mundane architecture of a retirement community. Nothing that suggested a threat, but the evidence on the ground told a different story. "Access the deep archives," Vrax said. "I want full background checks on every colonist, not the civilian databases, The military ones. Thren's head tilted. Commander, the Hegemony does not have access to Earth's classified military records. Then break in. That would require... I am aware of what it requires. Do it anyway. Thren's hesitation lasted exactly 2 seconds. Then he turned to his console and began typing. Around him, the bridge crew pretended not to notice that their commander had just ordered an act of cyber warfare against a nominally protected archive. The Hegemony's intrusion algorithms were elegant things. Designed by the Calith's finest cryptographers, they could infiltrate most digital systems within minutes. But Earth's military servers were old, not primitive, old. Built on architecture that predated modern encryption by centuries, patched and updated in layers like geological strata. The algorithms struggled. It took 40 minutes. When the firewall finally cracked, Thren looked like he'd aged a decade. We're in, Commander. Accessing personnel records now. Cross-referencing colonial registry with military service history. The holographic display flickered. A list of names appeared, each one linked to a service record. Vrax scanned the first few entries. Subject, Chen Lillian. Rank, Specialist. Assignment, Xenobiology Corps, 1st Contact Division. Subject, Park Yoonji. Rank, Captain. Assignment, 7th Medical Battalion, Trauma Surgery. Subject, Miller Henry. Rank, Sergeant. Assignment, Heavy Logistics, Armored Transport Division. Standard support roles, nothing alarming. Vrax scrolled further, and then he saw it. Subject, Navarro Santiago. Rank, Commander. Assignment, 4th Orbital Shock Troops. Vrax stopped scrolling. Thren, pull up the full file on this one. The display expanded. A younger version of the white-haired man they'd been fighting stared back from the service photo. His eyes were the same, hard, patient, the eyes of someone who had watched cities burn and slept soundly afterward. Thren read the service record aloud, his voice dropping to a whisper. Commander Santiago Navarro, 32 years active duty, 4 tours in the Unification Wars, commanded the 4th Orbital Shock Troops during the siege of Proxima Station, credited with 17 successful planetary pacification operations, Medals of Valor, 9, Medals of Merit, 14, reprimands for excessive collateral damage, 6. Vrax's secondary arms twitched. Proxima Station, the Skybreakers. Yes, Commander. The Proxima siege was in the Hegemony's intelligence briefings. Every galactic power knew about Proxima. It was a cautionary tale about what happened when humans decided scorched Earth was an acceptable tactic. The 4th Orbital Shock Troops had dropped on a fortified moon and held it for 90 days against overwhelming odds. When relief finally arrived, the base was still standing. The enemy was not. Next file, Vrax said. Subject, Kellen, Marjorie. Rank, Chief Engineer. Assignment, Planet Cracker Heavy Siege Division. Thren's hands shook as he opened the file. Chief Engineer Marjorie Kellen, 28 years service. Specialist in fortification breaching and industrial sabotage. Designed the thermal lance arrays used in the Thalys Ridge campaign. Credited with 41 successful siege operations. Classified clearance, Level 7. Reason for discharge, voluntary retirement after... He stopped. After what? Vrax demanded. After she refused to execute Operation Pyre. The file is sealed, but the summary indicates she considered the collateral damage unacceptable. She was not court-martialed. She was thanked, and then quietly transferred to the inactive reserves. Vrax stared at the photo. The woman looking back at him wore welding goggles and a tired smile. She looked like someone's grandmother. She looked harmless. She had refused an order because the destruction wasn't worth it, and the humans had let her walk away. Cross-reference the other names, Vrax said quietly. All of them. The list expanded. 47 colonists, 47 service records, engineers, medics, logistics, communications, maintenance, support roles, every one of them. But the campaigns they'd served in read like a greatest hits compilation of humanity's most brutal conflicts. These weren't frontline soldiers. They were the people who kept the frontline soldiers alive. The ones who built the roads, repaired the tanks, treated the wounded, and made sure the ammunition kept flowing, even when the universe was on fire. And now they were all in one place, retired, until someone invaded their home. "Commander," Thren said. His voice was very small. "What do we do?" Vrax didn't answer immediately. He stood in front of the tactical display, watching the red icons multiply across the map of Redstone. Each one represented a failure. Each one represented a moment when his forces had been outmaneuvered by people who should have been irrelevant. But they weren't irrelevant. They were veterans. "Update the threat assessment," Vrax said finally. "Reclassify the colony as a Class X military target. All future engagements require double authorization. No unsupported patrols. No light reconnaissance. If we move against them again, we do it with overwhelming force." "And the blockade?" "Maintain it. If we cannot take the colony by force, we will wait until their medical supplies run out. Time is on our side." Thren nodded and turned back to his console. But Vrax saw the doubt in his posture, the way his hands hesitated over the controls. Time was on their side. Probably. Vrax pulled up the surveillance footage again. The image of the Vrask curled protectively around the human, the cracked armor, the blood, the absolute refusal to abandon its chosen pack. He thought about Commander Navarro, who had held a station for 90 days against impossible odds. He thought about Chief Engineer Kellen, who had walked away from a war because she still had a conscience. He thought about a colony of 47 retirees who had looked at a hegemony invasion fleet and decided that surrender was not an option. And for the first time since the campaign began, High Commander Vrax felt something he had not felt in decades. He felt afraid. The ham radio sat on Marjorie's workbench like a relic from a more civilized age. It was older than most of the colony's residents, a boxy metal contraption with analog dials and a microphone that had seen better decades. Marjorie had pulled it from storage 3 days ago, wiped off 40 years of dust, and spent an evening replacing the capacitors. It worked perfectly. Ham radios always did. They were built by people who understood that complexity was the enemy of reliability. She adjusted the frequency dial with careful precision, listening to the static hiss through her headphones. Somewhere in that electromagnetic noise was the hegemony's command channel. Military frequencies were supposed to be encrypted, scrambled, impossible to access without the proper codes. But Marjorie had spent 28 years breaking things that weren't supposed to break. The static resolved into voices. Clipped, formal. Speaking in a language her brain couldn't parse, but her equipment could record. She smiled and flipped a switch on the jury-rigged interface she'd built from an old signal analyzer and a prayer. The hegemony used quantum encryption for data. But voice comms? Voice comms were analog at the final transmission stage. Sound waves didn't care about encryption protocols. And if you knew where to listen and how to amplify, you could hear everything. More importantly, you could transmit. Marjorie keyed the microphone and spoke in a voice that could have been reading a grocery list. "Hegemony Command Frequency 779. This is Marjorie Kellen broadcasting from Redstone Colony. I hope this finds you well." On the bridge of the Silence of Stars, every console went silent. Thren's head snapped up from his tactical display, his eyes wide. Around him, the bridge crew froze mid-motion like someone had paused a video. "Commander," Thren said carefully, "we're receiving an unauthorized transmission on the command channel." Vrax turned from the viewport where he'd been watching the planet below. His mandibles clicked once. "Source? The colony, Commander. It's coming from the colony. That's impossible. Our encryption is intact, Commander. She's not breaking the encryption. She's bypassing it entirely, broadcasting directly on the carrier frequency." Vrax crossed the bridge in 3 strides and leaned over Thren's console. The waveform analyzer showed a clean audio signal, unmodulated, riding the quantum channel like a surfer on a wave. It was elegant. It was audacious. It was deeply, profoundly insulting. "Play it," Vrax said. Marjorie's voice filled the bridge, warm and grandmotherly, the kind of voice that belonged in a kitchen offering fresh cookies and unsolicited life advice. "I thought we might have a chat, commander to commander, or, in my case, former commander. I'm retired now. I spend most of my time gardening, but I remember the protocols, so I'll keep this brief." Vrax's primary hands clenched. Today I'm going to share my recipe for snickerdoodles. They're a cookie if you're not familiar. Very popular on Earth. Simple ingredients, reliable results. The kind of thing you can make even when your infrastructure is under siege and your supply lines are compromised. There was a pause. Paper rustled. You'll need 2 cups of all-purpose flour, 1.5 cups of white sugar, 1 teaspoon of baking soda, 2 teaspoons of cream of tartar, 1 cup of butter, softened, 2 eggs, 3 tablespoons of cinnamon sugar mixture for rolling. Thren looked at Vrax. Vrax said nothing. On the display, Marjorie's waveform pulsed with each syllable, steady and inexorable. Mix the dry ingredients in a large bowl. Cream the butter and sugar separately until fluffy. Add the eggs one at a time. Combine wet and dry, but don't overmix. The dough should be soft, but not sticky. Another pause. Oh, and Private Zelthos died this morning. He was part of the patrol that tried to flank our eastern perimeter. Plasma burns. Very quick. He had a mate and 3 hatchlings back on the homeworld, according to the personnel file we pulled from his suit's identification beacon. I'm sorry for your loss. The bridge went very, very quiet. Form the dough into balls about 1 inch in diameter. Roll them in the cinnamon sugar mixture until coated. Place them 2 inches apart on a baking sheet. The spacing is important. They spread as they bake. Marjorie's tone hadn't changed. Still warm, still patient. Still the voice of someone explaining a simple household task. Bake at 375 degrees for 10 to 12 minutes. The edges should be set, but the center's still soft. They'll firm up as they cool. Let them rest on the sheet for 5 minutes before transferring to a wire rack. More paper rustling. Sergeant Clith died yesterday, crushed when one of your light walkers fell on his position. He was 22 standard years old. His file lists a sister and 2 brothers. Specialist Vren died 3 days ago. Shrapnel wound from an improvised explosive. She was engaged to be bonded next season. Thren's hands were shaking now. Around the bridge, crew members had stopped pretending to work and were staring at the speakers like they might bite. Corporal Thys, Private Zenith, Private Morris, Lance Corporal Kell. She listed them methodically. No emotion, no anger, just names and causes of death. Read in the same tone as measurements for cookie ingredients. The snickerdoodles pair well with coffee or tea. I prefer them slightly warm, but they keep for up to a week in an airtight container. Though honestly, they never last that long in my house. A longer pause this time. You've lost 47 soldiers since you arrived, Commander. 47 names I've written down. 47 families who will receive notification that their loved ones died trying to conquer a retirement community. I want you to think about that. Not the strategic value. Not the tactical implications. Just the names. Marjorie's voice softened, just slightly. I'm not doing this to be cruel. I'm doing it because I remember what it's like to lose people under my command. I remember writing those letters. I remember the weight of those names. And I think you should remember too. Static hissed for a moment. I'll be back tomorrow with a recipe for apple pie. Until then, Commander Vrax, I suggest you consider whether this is a war worth fighting. Marjorie Kellen, signing off. The transmission ended. The bridge of the Silence of Stars remained silent for a long time. Vrax stared at the speakers like they'd personally offended him. Around him, his crew sat frozen, caught between military discipline and the creeping realization that they'd just been psychologically eviscerated by a grandmother with a radio. Thren cleared his throat. Commander, should we attempt to jam the frequency? No. Commander? If we jam it, she'll find another way to reach us, and jamming our own command channel would be. Vrax's mandibles clicked rapidly, a sign of agitation. It would be admitting she won. Then what do we do? Vrax turned back to the viewport. Below, Redstone rotated slowly, its surface scarred with the evidence of 2 weeks of failed conquest. Somewhere down there, an old woman was probably making cookies. We adapt, he said quietly, and we hope our soldiers don't break before we figure out how. The next morning, Marjorie returned to the ham radio at exactly 800 hours colony time. She'd made coffee. Real coffee, not the synthetic stuff, though supplies were getting tight. 17 days of insulin left for Hank, 15 days of heart medication, 12 days of the good pain management patches. But coffee they still had, and some luxuries were worth defending. She keyed the microphone. "Good morning, Hegemony Command. This is Marjorie Kellen with today's recipe. We're making apple pie from scratch. You'll need 6 cups of thinly sliced apples. I prefer Granny Smith, but any tart variety will do." On the silence of stars, Vrax had given explicit orders not to play the transmission on the bridge speakers. Thren had complied. But the transmission was being received on every command frequency headset in the fleet, and word spread like radiation poisoning. By the 3rd day, morale reports showed a 15% increase in stress indicators among ground forces. By the 5th day, 2 infantry squads had refused patrol orders, citing psychological combat conditions beyond acceptable parameters. By the 7th day, the Hegemony had lost more soldiers to transfer requests than to actual combat. Marjorie kept broadcasting. She shared recipes for pot roast, lasagna, and chocolate chip cookies. She discussed the importance of proper seasoning and the value of patience in slow cooking, and between every recipe she listed names. Private Kellix, killed by Vrask attack. Specialist Thorin, died from infected wounds when medical evacuation was delayed. Corporal Vess, crushed under debris during a failed building breach. The names piled up like ingredients in a dish no one wanted to taste. On the 8th day, Vrax broke protocol and responded. His voice came through Marjorie's speakers, filtered through translation software but still recognizably furious. "Chief Engineer Kellen, your broadcasts are a violation of interstellar communication law. You are targeting military personnel with psychological warfare techniques banned under the Galactic Conventions." Marjorie took a sip of her coffee and smiled. "Commander Vrax, how nice of you to join the conversation. I wasn't aware the Galactic Conventions applied to retirement communities. Perhaps you should have checked before invading. We are here to—" "I know why you're here. You want the magnetic anomaly. You want a stealth base. You want strategic advantage. What you didn't want was 47 dead soldiers and an infantry corps that flinches when I mention baking temperatures." Silence on the line. Marjorie adjusted her headphones. "Let me be clear, Commander. I'm not trying to demoralize your troops. I'm trying to remind them they're people. People with families. People who could make the choice to leave before this gets worse. You cannot win this war. I don't need to win. I just need to outlast you. And, Commander, I've outlasted worse than you." She paused, then added almost gently, "Today's recipe is chicken noodle soup. It's comfort food. The kind of thing you make when someone you love is hurting. You'll need 1 whole chicken, 4 cups of broth, 2 cups of egg noodles, 3 carrots, 2 celery stalks, and 1 onion." Vrax's voice came back sharp. "I will not allow—" "Sergeant Prith died yesterday. She was leading a scout patrol near the western perimeter. Plasma mine. She was 34 years old, and her file lists 2 nestlings waiting at home." Marjorie set down her coffee cup. "The soup takes about 40 minutes. You want to simmer it slowly so the flavors develop? Don't rush it. Good things take time." She released the transmit button and leaned back in her chair. Through the barn's open door, she could see Sarge working on the bulldozer's hydraulics. Hank was checking fluid levels in Betsy's engine, moving slower than usual but still moving. Lillian walked past with Pumpkin limping beside her, the Vrask's cracked shoulder plate catching the morning light. They were tired. They were running out of time, but they were still here. And every morning, Marjorie sat down at her radio and made sure the enemy knew exactly what that cost. On the silence of stars. Thren approached Vrax in the commander's private quarters. He knocked twice, waited for acknowledgement, then entered. Vrax stood at the viewport, watching the planet below. "Commander, the latest morale assessment is—" "I know what it is. Sir, if she continues broadcasting, she will continue. That's the point." Vrax turned to face his tactical officer. "She's not trying to win. She's trying to make us feel the cost of every decision. Every order I give, every patrol I send, she will count and name and broadcast. Then we need to silence her. We can't. Not without significant collateral damage. And if we bomb a retirement home to silence a woman reading cookie recipes, every propaganda network in the galaxy will turn us into monsters." Thren said nothing. There was nothing to say. Vrax returned to the viewport. Below, the colony's lights twinkled in the darkness like stubborn stars. "She knows exactly what she's doing," he said quietly. "She's turning our own soldiers against us, not with lies, not with propaganda, just with the truth." "What truth, Commander?" "That they're dying for nothing, that every name she reads could have been avoided, that the humans aren't the monsters in this story." Vrax's reflection stared back at him from the dark glass. "We are." The broadcast came at dawn. Marjorie sat at her ham radio with a cup of coffee that had gone cold an hour ago. She'd been up since 0400, unable to sleep, listening to the Hegemony command channel with growing unease. The chatter had changed. More traffic, more encryption layers, more silences where there should have been routine communications. Something was coming. She keyed the microphone, her voice steady despite the tension coiling in her chest. "Good morning, Hegemony Command. This is Marjorie Kellen. Today's recipe is..." Vrax's voice cut through, hard and formal. "Chief Engineer Kellen, this is High Commander Vrax. I am transmitting on all colony frequencies. I want every human on Redstone to hear what I'm about to say." Marjorie's hand froze on the transmit button. "Your resistance has been noted. Your tactics have been creative. But this ends today. You have cost me 47 soldiers. You have broken my infantry's morale. You have turned my own command channel into a propaganda tool." A pause. When Vrax spoke again, his voice was colder. "I have been patient. I have been measured. I have attempted to minimize casualties on both sides. But patience has limits, and you have exceeded mine." Through the barn's open door, Marjorie could see the eastern horizon. The sky was lightening, pale gray bleeding into gold, and then, rising above the hills like metal mountains, the shapes appeared. 3 of them. Each one stood 15 meters tall, triple the height of the light walkers. Tripod chassis, heavy armor plating, weapons pods bristling from every angle. They moved with hydraulic precision, each footfall shaking the ground hard enough to rattle the windows in the barn. Siege striders. "I am deploying heavy assault units," Vrax continued. "They are equipped with plasma cannons capable of melting through reinforced bunkers. Your improvised armor will not protect you. Your analog vehicles will not save you. You have 1 hour to evacuate to the town center and surrender. Anyone found bearing arms after that deadline will be treated as an active combatant." Marjorie stood slowly, her eyes fixed on the approaching mechs. "This is not a negotiation," Vrax said. "This is the end of your resistance. I will accept your surrender with honor, or I will crush you with overwhelming force. The choice is yours." The transmission ended. Marjorie set down the microphone and walked to the barn door. Behind her, Sarge appeared, shotgun in hand, his face grim. "You heard?" she asked. Everyone heard. He broadcasted on every frequency from AM radio to the emergency weather band. Sarge moved to stand beside her, watching the striders advance. "Those things make the Lightwalkers look like toys. Can we stop them?" "Not with what we have. The tractors might knock over a Lightwalker, but those, we'd need anti-armor missiles. Maybe orbital bombardment. We've got neither." Marjorie was quiet for a moment. Then she turned back to the workbench, grabbed her welding goggles, and started pulling on her work gloves. "What are you doing?" Sarge asked. "What I always do. I'm going to work." "Marjorie, he wants to crush us with overwhelming force? Fine, let him try. But I'm not spending my last hour hiding in a basement. Get everyone armed. Get everyone ready. And Sarge," she looked at him, and for the first time since the invasion started, he saw something dangerous in her eyes. Something that remembered what she used to be. "Don't hold back anymore." The hour passed like a countdown to execution. The elders gathered their weapons. Hank climbed into Betsy, the old tractor's engine coughing to life with a belch of black smoke. The other tractors formed up behind her, a convoy of agricultural defiance. The bulldozer took point. The grain truck brought up the rear. Lillian stood near the clinic with Pumpkin and the rest of the Vrask pack. The creatures were restless, their spines flickering between blue and red. They could sense the tension. They knew something bad was coming. Dr. Yunji moved through the group, checking vitals, distributing medication, making sure everyone had their emergency supplies. She stopped in front of Hank. "How are your levels?" she asked. "Good enough." "That's not an answer." Hank met her eyes. "It's the only answer I've got, Doc. We're out of time." She handed him 2 glucose tabs and moved on. The siege striders reached the perimeter at exactly 0900 hours. They didn't announce themselves. They didn't issue warnings. They simply opened fire. The first plasma cannon shot hit the eastern watchtower and vaporized it. The structure didn't explode. It didn't collapse. It simply ceased to exist, replaced by a column of superheated air and a crater where the foundation used to be. The second shot hit the grain silo. The third hit the community center. Sarge's voice crackled over the radio. "All units engage at will. Do not let them advance past the tree line." Betsy roared forward, Hank at the wheel, the old tractor's engine screaming. The other tractors followed, spreading out in a loose formation. They'd done this before. They knew the drill. Get close. Use mass. Make them work for every meter. But the siege striders weren't light walkers. The lead strider pivoted on its tripod legs, tracking Betsy's approach with mechanical precision. Its secondary weapons pod swiveled. Hank saw the targeting laser paint his windshield. He yanked the wheel left. Too late. The plasma bolt hit Betsy square in the engine block. The tractor's hood peeled back like tinfoil. Fire erupted from the manifold. The steering column locked. Hank felt the heat wash over him, felt the seat buckle beneath him, felt the world tilt as Betsy's momentum carried her forward into a tumbling, grinding crash. He hit the ground hard, rolling clear as the tractor's fuel tank ignited. The explosion was small but final. Betsy burned. Hank lay in the dirt, staring at the wreckage. His hands were shaking, not from low blood sugar, from rage. "Betsy," he whispered. The other tractors tried to advance. They made it 30 meters before the striders opened up with sustained fire. Plasma bolts ripped through armor plating like it was cardboard. One tractor lost its front axle and collapsed. Another caught fire and had to be abandoned. The bulldozer took 3 direct hits before its operator bailed out, the machine's blade glowing red hot. Sarge keyed the radio. "Fall back! All units, fall back to the clinic!" They retreated in chaos. The convoy that had fought so hard, that had toppled light walkers and defied orbital blockades, scattered like leaves in a storm. The Vrask tried to harry the striders, but plasma fire drove them back. Even Pumpkin, armored and fearless, couldn't get close enough to matter. The striders advanced, methodical, unstoppable. They reached the scrap forge at 0930 hours. Marjorie was still inside, spot welding a brace on what would have been the next armor plate. She heard the footsteps, felt the ground shake, and looked up to see a siege strider's shadow fall across the barn door. The plasma cannon charged with a rising whine. She dropped the welding torch and ran. The barn exploded behind her. Not a fireball, a pressure wave of superheated air that picked her up and threw her 10 meters into the dirt. Her ears rang. Her vision swam. She tasted copper and smoke. When she looked back, the scrap forge was gone. Just fire and twisted metal and the skeletal remains of half-finished projects. The acetylene tanks detonated in sequence, each one adding to the inferno. Sarge found her 30 seconds later, hauling her to her feet and dragging her toward the clinic. "Move! We have to move!" They ran. Behind them, the striders methodically destroyed every structure that looked defensible. The equipment shed, the storage barn, the water tower. They weren't trying to kill civilians. They were erasing infrastructure, removing options, making surrender the only logical choice. The elders fell back to the clinic, the last building still standing. It was concrete block construction, thick walls, small windows, defensible in theory. But theories didn't matter when the enemy had weapons designed to crack fortified bunkers. They barricaded the doors. They set up firing positions. They did everything they'd been trained to do a lifetime ago. And then they waited. The striders surrounded the building, one to the east, one to the west, one to the north. Their weapons pods tracked every window, every door, every possible exit. The message was clear. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Vrax's voice came over the external speakers. amplified loud enough to shake the clinic's walls. "This is your final opportunity. Exit the building, lay down your weapons, surrender with dignity, or I will level this structure with you inside it." Inside the clinic, the elders looked at each other. 47 faces, tired, bloodied, defiant. Sarge stood near the door, shotgun in hand. "Anyone want to take that deal?" Silence. "Didn't think so." Marjorie sat on the floor with her back against the wall, her welding goggles pushed up into her singed hair. She stared at her hands. They were shaking, not from fear, from fury. The scrap forge was gone, every tool she'd rebuilt, every plate she'd welded, every project she'd started with the intent to protect her family, all of it reduced to ash and slag. She'd spent 28 years building things, bridges, fortifications, supply lines. She'd been good at it. She'd taken pride in it. Even after she retired, even after she left the war behind, she'd kept building, fixing water pumps, repairing tractors, making things work. But building wasn't enough anymore. Dr. Yunji moved through the room, checking injuries. She stopped in front of a young colonist named Marcus, barely 30, one of the few who wasn't old enough to have served in the Unification Wars. He'd taken shrapnel in the leg during the retreat. The wound wasn't fatal, but it was bleeding badly. "Hold pressure here," Yunji said, positioning his hands. "I'll get a proper bandage in a minute." Marcus nodded, his face pale. Yunji moved to the next patient, then the next. She worked with mechanical efficiency, the kind that came from years of triage in field hospitals. But her hands were shaking. They were running out of supplies, running out of time, running out of options. And then Marcus stopped breathing. Not dramatically, not suddenly. He just stopped. His hands went slack. His eyes went distant. The shrapnel wound hadn't been fatal, but the blood loss had been steady, and his body had simply run out of reserves. Yunji spun back, dropping to her knees beside him. She started compressions. 1, 2, 3. She tilted his head back, gave rescue breaths, went back to compressions. Come on, don't you dare." Sarge knelt beside her. He put a hand on her shoulder. "Yunji, I can save him. I just need—" "Yunji, he's gone." She kept compressing. 1, 2, 3. "Yunji." Her hand stopped. She sat back on her heels, staring at Marcus's still face. Then she closed his eyes, gently, like she was putting a child to bed. The clinic went very quiet. Marjorie stood slowly. She walked to the supply closet, moving like she was underwater, and pulled out her oxygen tank, the one she used for welding, not for breathing. Never for breathing. She walked to the door. "Marjorie." Sarge's voice was careful. "What are you doing?" She didn't answer. She just unhooked the regulator, checked the gauge, and cracked the valve. Oxygen hissed softly. Then she pulled out her plasma torch from her tool belt. The small one. The precise one. The one she used for delicate work. She ignited it. The flame burned blue-white, clean and surgical. Marjorie stood in the doorway, backlit by fire, holding a cutting torch in one hand and a tank of pressurized oxygen in the other. Her face was streaked with ash. Her hair was burned. Her hands were steady. She looked at Sarge. "I'm done building," she said quietly. And then she kicked open the door and walked out into the smoke. The shelling stopped at 10:47 hours. The silence that followed was worse than the explosions. It pressed down on the clinic like a physical weight, broken only by the hiss of cooling metal and the crackle of distant fires. Through the shattered windows, heat shimmer rose from the scorched earth where the scrap forge used to stand. Inside, the elders checked their weapons with the methodical efficiency of people who had done this before. Shotguns, hunting rifles, a few plasma cutters repurposed into something that might charitably be called weaponry. Rudy had gone further. He wore a vest made from duct tape and mining charges, each one wired to a dead man's switch in his left hand. Nobody had told him to do that. Nobody stopped him either. Sarge stood by the door, shotgun resting against his shoulder, staring at nothing. His breathing was steady. His hands were still. He looked like a man waiting for a bus, not a firefight. Dr. Yunji moved through the room one last time, checking pulses, adjusting bandages, distributing the last of the pain medication. When she reached Hank, she pressed 2 glucose tabs into his palm without a word. He nodded once and pocketed them. Lillian knelt near the back exit with Pumpkin's massive head resting in her lap. The Vrask's spines pulsed a slow, steady blue. Calm. The rest of the pack waited outside, invisible in the smoke, their presence marked only by the occasional flicker of bioluminescence through the haze. Marjorie sat on the floor near the supply closet, her plasma torch beside her, the oxygen tank between her knees. Her welding goggles were pushed up into her hair. Her hands rested on the torch's grip, loose and ready. She wasn't looking at anyone. She was looking at the door. Outside, Vrax's voice boomed from the Siege Strider's external speakers. Final warning. Exit the building. Weapons on the ground. Hands visible. You have 60 seconds to comply. Nobody moved. 50 seconds. Sarge turned his head slightly, scanning the faces around him. Old faces. Tired faces. Faces that had seen wars end and thought they'd never have to fight again. His eyes met Hank's, then Lillian's. A shared moment. Not a question. Just acknowledgement. Yes, this is happening. 40 seconds. Sarge pushed open the door. The smoke rolled in like a living thing, thick and gray and smelling of burned plastic. Sarge stepped through it, shotgun held low across his chest, and the others followed. No formation, no battle line. Just 46 people walking out of a burning building into the guns of an occupying army. The heat hit them first. The ground was still scorched from plasma impacts, radiating warmth through the soles of their boots. Ash drifted through the air like snow. Somewhere in the distance, a support beam collapsed with a metallic groan. The Siege Striders loomed ahead, 3 metal colossi backlit by the morning sun. Their weapons pods tracked the movement, hydraulics hissing as targeting systems locked on. Between the Striders, the infantry waited. 2 full squads, 24 soldiers in powered armor, plasma rifles raised, forming a firing line that could have cut down the Elders in seconds. Coolant vapor vented from suit joints in thin white streams. The air around them wavered with waste heat. They stood perfectly still, perfectly disciplined, perfectly ready, but their armor was working too hard. Sarge kept walking. The distance closed. 50 meters, 40, 30. One of the infantry shifted his weight. The movement was small, unconscious. His rifle dipped half a degree. His squad leader barked something in their native tongue. The soldier corrected, raising the weapon again. But his hands were shaking. 20 meters. Another soldier spoke, not loud, just a whisper to the trooper beside him. The translator lag was too slow to catch it, but the tone was unmistakable. Fear. The second soldier turned his head slightly, looking at the approaching figures. His helmet's display would be running facial recognition, pulling files from the database they'd hacked 2 weeks ago. Sarge stopped walking. The Elders stopped behind him. They stood in a loose cluster, weapons held casually, blood and ash on their clothes, eyes flat and patient. They looked like they'd been waiting for this moment their entire lives. The infantry line wavered. One of the soldiers took half a step back. Not a retreat, just a flinch. His rifle stayed up, but his finger slid off the trigger guard. His squad leader shouted again. Louder this time. The soldier didn't move forward. Across the line, another whisper, then another. The recognition was spreading through their HUDs like corrupted data, names pulled from files, service records, campaign histories, skybreakers, planet crackers. The words moved down the line in a ripple of translated horror. A third soldier lowered his rifle, not dropped it, just lowered it, 6 inches, then a foot. His squad leader grabbed his shoulder, hissing something urgent, but the soldier was staring at Sarge like he'd seen a ghost. Because he had. These weren't farmers. These weren't civilians. These were the people who had held Proxima Station for 90 days, who had cracked fortified moons, who had burned supply lines and toppled governments and done things that still appeared in hegemony intelligence briefings as cautionary tales. And now they were walking toward him. Unarmed would have been better. Unarmed would have been surrender. But they weren't unarmed. They were just unbothered. Another rifle lowered, then 2 more. The squad leader was shouting now, his voice cracking with desperation, but discipline was fracturing like ice under pressure. An officer pushed through the line, his armor polished, his rank insignia bright. He raised his sidearm and pointed it directly at Sarge's chest. Stop, stop, or we will fire. Sarge didn't stop. He took one more step forward. The officer's hand shook. Behind him, his soldiers were backing up, not fleeing, not routing, just creating distance, one half step at a time, like prey animals edging away from a predator they couldn't quite see clearly. The officer's voice rose to a shout. I said stop. Sarge met his eyes. He didn't speak, didn't need to. His expression said everything. Go ahead, pull the trigger, see what happens next. The officer's finger tightened on the trigger, and then, from somewhere to the left, a single rifle clattered to the ground. The sound echoed across the burned field like a gunshot. The soldier who'd dropped it stepped back, hands raised, shaking his head. He said something in his native tongue, the translator catching only fragments. Not worth legends. I have hatchlings. His squad leader spun toward him, livid, but two more soldiers lowered their weapons. Then four, then half the line. The officer's sidearm wavered. Rudy shifted slightly, the motion drawing every eye to the vest strapped to his chest. The mining charges gleamed dully in the smoke-filtered light. His thumb rested on the dead man's switch, relaxed but visible. He smiled. It was not a nice smile. The officer's gun lowered. Not all the way. Just enough. Just the admission that this was no longer a firing squad. It was a standoff, and standoffs didn't end well for anyone. The infantry line collapsed inward, soldiers stepping back in disorder, their formation broken. Officers barked commands that went unheeded. The retreat was happening, slow and inevitable, like watching ice calve from a glacier. From the lead siege strider, Vrax's voice finally crackled over the external speaker, too late to stop what had already begun. Infantry, hold position, do not. One of the striders shifted its weight, hydraulics groaning. The motion was small, but it drew attention. Every eye turned toward the machine. And in that moment, when every gaze was on the striders, Marjorie wasn't there anymore. Nobody saw her slip away. Nobody noticed the empty space where she'd been standing. The smoke was too thick, the tension too high. Everyone was watching Sarge, watching the rifles, watching Rudy's thumb on the detonator. Nobody was watching the old woman with the plasma torch and the oxygen tank fade into the gray haze like a ghost. The standoff held for another 10 seconds. Then Vrax's voice returned, colder now, laced with something that might have been panic. Infantry, fall back to secondary positions. Now. The order made official what had already happened. The soldiers retreated, moving backward in a stumbling half-run, their discipline shattered. The officer went last, his sidearm still raised, his eyes locked on Sarge until the smoke swallowed him whole. The elders stood their ground. Sarge's shotgun never moved. Rudy's thumb never left the switch. Hank just breathed, slow and steady, glucose tabs dissolving on his tongue. Pumpkin emerged from the smoke to Lillian's left, his cracked armor catching the light, his spines pulsing a low, steady green. The rest of the pack materialized behind him, silent and waiting. From somewhere in the command structure, an alarm began to wail. Thren's voice crackled over the tactical channel, tight with fear. Commander, we have a breach. Someone's in the conduit network. I repeat, we have an intruder in the... Static swallowed the rest. Sarge finally moved. He turned his head slightly, scanning the group behind him. His eyes found the empty space where Marjorie had been. A faint smile crossed his face. Good luck, Ironheart, he whispered. And then he turned back to face the striders and waited for the fireworks to start. Thren's hands were shaking so badly, he could barely work the console. Commander, the breach originated in Conduit Section 7, near the aft power distribution node. We've sealed bulkheads on decks 4 through 6, but what? Vrax's voice was ice. She's not in the conduits anymore, sir. Motion sensors lost her 30 seconds ago. She's in the infrastructure now. Vrax turned from the tactical display, his mandibles clicking rapidly. Around him, the bridge of the Silence of Stars hummed with barely controlled chaos. Status alerts chimed from a dozen stations. 3 crew members were shouting conflicting damage reports. Someone was trying to reroute security feeds while someone else attempted to lock down the internal network. It was failing. All of it. How did one human bypass 3 security checkpoints and a biometric scanner? Vrax demanded. Thren pulled up the security footage. Grainy thermal imaging showed a figure moving through the service tunnels with the kind of efficiency that only came from decades of experience. No hesitation, no wrong turns, just straight-line movement toward a destination she already knew. She didn't bypass them, Commander. She cut through them, physically, with some kind of thermal cutting tool. On the screen, Marjorie paused in front of a sealed access hatch. The plasma torch in her hand ignited, a bright white flare in the infrared spectrum. Metal peeled away like paper. She stepped through and disappeared into the ship's arterial systems. "Where is she now?" Vrax asked. "We don't know, sir. She's in a sensor dead zone near the primary computational core." Vrax's secondary arms twitched. "The AI core." "Yes, Commander." "Seal it. Flood the compartment with suppression foam. Lock down every access point within 50 meters. Sir, if we flood that section, we'll disable half our... I am aware of what we'll disable. Do it anyway." Thren's hands flew across the console. Alarms wailed as automated systems kicked in, pumping flame-retardant foam into the corridor network surrounding the AI core. Bulkheads slammed shut with hydraulic finality. Emergency lighting shifted to red. For 10 seconds, nothing happened. Then a new alert chimed. A soft, polite sound that didn't belong in a crisis. External data access detected. Thren stared at the readout. "Commander, she's not trying to get into the AI core." "Then what is she doing?" "She's uploading something, through a hardline connection, directly into the auxiliary processing node." Vrax crossed the bridge in 3 strides and shoved Thren aside. The data stream was visible on the screen, a steady flow of information moving from an unauthorized source into the ship's network. The file size was small, barely 100 megabytes, nothing that should matter. But it was tagged with a priority override code. Vrax's blood went cold. "Cut the connection, now." "I'm trying, sir, but the node won't respond. She's physically spliced into the..." The data stream stopped. Upload complete. For 3 seconds, the bridge was silent except for the background hum of the ship's systems. Everyone held their breath, waiting for something to explode, waiting for the lights to go out, waiting for catastrophic systems failure. Nothing happened. "Status," Vrax said quietly. Thren scanned the readouts, his confusion visible even through his professional composure. "All systems nominal, Commander. Power generation stable. Life support operational. Weapons online. Whatever she uploaded, it's not doing anything." Then what was the point? Before Thren could answer, the main tactical display flickered. The star map vanished, replaced by a simple text interface. White letters on a black background. Executing predictive analysis. Analyzing uploaded dataset. Category: medical records, behavioral logs, combat documentation. Vrax stared at the screen. "What is this?" The text scrolled. Processing subject: human defensive doctrine. Cross-referencing: casualty acceptance rates. Cross-referencing: resource prioritization during attrition. Cross-referencing: altruistic suicide variables. Thren's voice was barely a whisper. "She's feeding the AI their medical records, their combat logs, everything. Why?" The screen updated. Analysis complete. Generating victory probability assessment. And then, in letters that seemed to burn into the display. Error. Calculation exceeds logical parameters. Error. Survival instinct baseline not detected. Error. Subject behavior violates fundamental axioms. The tactical AI was one of the most advanced predictive systems in the Hegemony fleet. It had modeled 10,000 combat scenarios across 14 star systems. It had never failed to produce a victory probability assessment. Until now. Recalculating. 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 The word repeated, scrolling faster and faster, filling the screen with cascading iterations. The bridge's overhead lighting flickered. A console to Thren's left sparked and went dark. "Commander, the AI is..." Warning, recursive logic, loop detected. Warning, processing capacity exceeded. Warning, core temperature rising. Vrax grabbed Thren by the shoulder. Shut it down, manually. Pull the power feeds if you have to. Sir, if we shut down the tactical AI, we lose targeting coordination, fleet communications, strategic planning. I said shut it down. Thren hit the emergency override. The display went black. The bridge lights dimmed as backup systems kicked in. Around them, the ship groaned like a living thing in pain. And then, in the sudden quiet, a new sound. Laughter. Not over the speakers, not from the crew. It was coming from somewhere deep in the ship's infrastructure, amplified by the ventilation system, echoing through the bulkheads. An old woman's laughter. Tired, satisfied. It lasted exactly 3 seconds. Then silence. Thren pulled up the internal sensors again. Commander, she's moving, heading back toward the conduit breach point. She's leaving. Stop her. Sir, by the time security reaches that section, then seal the exits, flood the compartments. I don't care if she drowns in suppression foam, I want her contained. Orders went out. Security teams scrambled. Bulkheads slammed shut across 3 decks. But by the time the first response unit reached the breach point, all they found was a plasma torch, still warm, sitting on the deck plating next to a severed data cable. Marjorie was gone. Vrax stood in front of the dead tactical display, his breathing slow and controlled. Around him, the bridge crew worked frantically to restore systems, to assess damage, to figure out what had just happened. But Vrax already knew. She hadn't sabotaged their weapons. She hadn't disabled their shields. She hadn't even tried to destroy the ship. She'd done something worse. She'd made them unwinnable. The tactical AI was the heart of hegemony strategy. Every battle plan, every probability assessment, every calculated risk depended on its ability to model enemy behavior and predict outcomes. It was the reason the hegemony won wars. Because they could see 3 moves ahead. Because they fought with mathematics instead of emotion. But mathematics required axioms, baseline assumptions, fundamental truths about how living things behaved. And Marjorie had just proven that humans didn't follow those truths. The AI had tried to calculate victory against an enemy that prioritized loyalty over survival. That accepted death in service of abstract social bonds. That fought harder when cornered, not softer. That got more dangerous the older they became. And the algorithm couldn't process it. It was like asking a calculator to divide by 0. The system didn't crash because it was broken. It crashed because the question itself was impossible. Thren approached cautiously. Commander, engineering reports we can reboot the AI core, but it will take 6 hours to run diagnostics and purge the corrupted. No. Sir. Don't reboot it. Vrax's voice was hollow. If we turn it back on, it will run the same calculation. It will reach the same conclusion. It will crash again. Then what do we do? Vrax turned to face him. For the first time since the invasion began, Thren saw something in his commander's eyes that didn't belong there. Defeat. We operate blind. Manual targeting. Visual confirmation. No predictive modeling. No strategic optimization. We fight like primitives. Vrax's mandibles clicked once. Because that's the only way to fight something you can't calculate. Across the ship, in 17 different compartments, junior officers were receiving the same realization. The tactical displays were dark. The probability assessments were offline. The advantage that had won them 14-star systems was gone. And somewhere on the planet below, an old woman was walking back through a smoke-filled battlefield, past the veterans who had held the line, past the Vrask pack waiting in the haze, back toward what was left of her home. She didn't run. She didn't hurry. She just walked, slowly, like someone who had finished a long day's work. In her pocket, a small data drive. Empty now. Its contents uploaded into the heart of an empire's strategic doctrine and left there like a virus that couldn't be quarantined. Marjorie reached the clinic's ruins just as the sun touched the horizon. Sarge was waiting, shotgun still across his chest, exactly where she'd left him. It's done, he asked. It's done. Did it work? Marjorie looked up at the silence of stars, hanging in orbit like a metal moon. Even from here, she could see the lights flickering, system failures cascading. The ship wasn't dying, it was just thinking too hard. They can't predict us anymore, she said. Every decision they make from here on out, they're guessing, and people who are used to winning don't guess well. Sarge nodded slowly, then he smiled. It was a tired smile, but real. You just killed their oracle. I killed their certainty. Marjorie sat down on a piece of rubble, her legs finally giving out. Which is close enough. Above them, the silence of stars went dark for 3 full seconds before emergency power kicked in. In the command chair, Vrax watched the lights come back on and wondered if he'd just lost the war. He had. He just didn't know it yet. The first siege strider died at 14:23 hours. Not from weapons fire, not from sabotage. It simply stopped. The Eastern unit had been tracking Sarge's position, its weapon pods locked on target, hydraulics primed to fire, and then every system flickered, stuttered, and went dark. The massive tripod legs locked mid-step. The plasma cannons sagged in their mounts. Emergency lighting flared red inside the cockpit and then faded to black. The pilot's voice crackled over the command channel, panicked and confused. Control, I've lost all primary systems. Backup power isn't engaging. I'm static. On the bridge of the Silence of Stars, Thren watched his console light up with failure cascades. Power distribution nodes dropping offline. Targeting systems reverting to manual. The tactical network fragmenting into isolated subsystems that couldn't talk to each other. Commander, we're experiencing ship-wide systems degradation. It started in the AI core and it's spreading through every integrated network. Life support is stable, but weapons coordination, fleet communications, and ground unit support are all. The second siege strider went dark, then the third. Vrax stood frozen at the center of the bridge, watching his invasion force collapse in real time. Not from enemy action, from the absence of the one thing they'd built everything on, the ability to think 3 moves ahead. Without the tactical AI, the ship's systems were just hardware. Powerful hardware, but blind. Every subsystem that had relied on centralized coordination was now operating on local protocols that hadn't been updated in decades. Targeting solutions that should have taken milliseconds now required manual calculation. Fleet positioning that should have been automatic now needed human, Calith oversight. And there weren't enough hands. Ground forces, Vrax said quietly. Status. Thren pulled up what remained of the tactical feed. Infantry units are pulling back to defensive positions. The Striders are non-operational. Force fields are down across all ground installations. Commander, we're exposed. Through the viewport, Redstone turned slowly below them. Somewhere down there, 46 humans with improvised weapons were looking at 3 disabled war machines and realizing what had just happened. Vrax closed his eyes. Recall all ground forces to the primary landing zone. Prepare for emergency extraction. Sir, if we abandon position now, we've already lost. I'm just limiting how many bodies we leave behind. Sarge saw the Strider's lights die and knew immediately what it meant. He didn't shout orders, didn't need to. The Elders had been waiting for this moment since Marjorie disappeared into the smoke. They moved as one, spreading out across the scorched field, weapons ready, decades of muscle memory taking over. The Western Strider was closest. 30 meters away, dormant, its cockpit hatch sealed but unpowered. Hank reached it first, pulling himself up the access ladder with shaking hands. His glucose levels were crashing again, but there wasn't time to stop. He grabbed the emergency release lever and pulled. Nothing. He pulled again, harder. The mechanism was designed to open even without power, but it had been built for Calith physiology, not human strength. Hank braced his feet against the hull and threw his full weight into it. The lever moved. The hatch cracked open with a hiss of equalizing pressure. Inside, the pilot stared up at him, eyes wide behind his helmet's faceplate. He reached for his sidearm. Hank grabbed his wrist and twisted. The gun clattered to the deck. Hank pulled the pilot out of the seat and threw him over the side. The Calith hit the ground hard, rolled once, and scrambled to his feet. He ran. Hank let him go. There were more important things to worry about, like the fact that his vision was graying at the edges and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. He fumbled for the glucose tabs in his pocket, got 2 into his mouth, and chewed mechanically while his body screamed at him to just sit down for 5 minutes. There wasn't time. The Northern Strider's pilot tried to fight, He'd managed to get the cockpit hatch open from the inside and was climbing down when Lillian appeared below him with Pumpkin at her side. The pilot drew his sidearm and fired twice. The first shot went wide. The second hit Pumpkin's shoulder plate and ricocheted into the dirt. Pumpkin growled, "Pumpkin." It wasn't the threat display he'd used before. This was deeper, older, the kind of sound that bypassed conscious thought and spoke directly to the hindbrain's terror centers. The pilot froze on the ladder. Lillian stepped forward, one hand raised. "Drop it." The pilot's hand shook. The gun wavered. "Drop it, or I let him decide what happens next." The gun hit the ground. Lillian whistled once, sharp and clear. Pumpkin sat. His spines pulsed orange, annoyed but obedient. The crack in his shoulder plate had spread further during the standoff, a jagged line running down to his chest. He'd need repairs. Later. The pilot climbed down slowly, hands visible, and walked toward the rally point where other captured ground forces were gathering under guard. He didn't look back. The Southern Strider was already open when Rudy arrived. The pilot had bailed out the moment the power died and was sprinting toward the tree line. Rudy watched him go, then climbed up to inspect the cockpit controls. Dead. All of it. The entire system was bricked. No standby power. No emergency protocols. Just expensive metal sitting in the dirt like a monument to overconfidence. Rudy planted one of his remaining mining charges on the primary power coupling anyway, just in case. Then he climbed down and walked back toward the others, the detonator in his pocket, his vest feeling lighter now that most of the charges were gone. The ground forces surrendered in clusters. Some threw down their weapons immediately. Others tried to retreat in formation until they realized there was nowhere to retreat to. The force fields that should have protected the landing zone were offline. The automated defense turrets were inert. The supply depot that should have had backup power was running on emergency lighting that would last maybe an hour. They gathered in the center of the field, 24 Kalith soldiers in powered armor that suddenly felt very heavy without hydraulic assist. They sat in the dirt and waited while the elders formed a loose perimeter around them. Nobody spoke. There was nothing to say. Sarge counted heads. 46 elders, 17 Vrask, 24 prisoners, 3 disabled siege striders, 1 landing zone with no defenses and no way off the planet. The math was over. They'd won. He just needed to make it official. The command shuttle was still on the ground, its engines cold, its boarding ramp extended. The pilot had fled with the others, leaving the hatch unsecured. Sarge climbed the ramp slowly, shotgun held across his chest, and stepped into the dim interior. The shuttle was designed for rapid deployment, not comfort. Crash seats lined the walls. Equipment lockers stood sealed and locked. And at the far end, a sealed hatch leading to the secondary command module. Sarge crossed the deck and tried the hatch. Locked. He raised the shotgun and fired once into the locking mechanism. The blast echoed in the confined space, deafening and final. The mechanism sparked, died, and the hatch swung open. Inside, High Commander Vrax sat in a crash seat, staring at a dead data terminal. He didn't look up when Sarge entered, didn't reach for a weapon, didn't move at all. "It's over," Sarge said. Vrax's mandibles clicked once. "I know." Silence filled the small compartment. Outside, the sound of elders securing prisoners. Inside, just 2 old soldiers who had both seen wars they didn't want to remember. "Your pilot abandoned you," Sarge said. "Standard protocol. Priority extraction is for combat-capable personnel." Vrax finally looked up. His eyes were flat, empty. "I am no longer combat-capable. I cannot plan without the AI. I cannot coordinate without fleet support. I cannot predict your next move. I am, functionally, useless." Sarge lowered the shotgun slightly. "You could still fight. To what end? You've already won. We disabled one system. You disabled certainty." Vrax stood slowly, his movements careful, controlled. "Do you understand what you've done? The Hegemony has conquered 14 star systems using predictive warfare. We win because we can see the future. We calculate every variable, model every outcome, and choose the path of least resistance. But you..." His voice trailed off. You can't be modeled, you can't be predicted. You operate on principles that don't translate into mathematics. Yeah, Sarge's voice was tired. We do. Vrax reached for his sidearm, slowly, deliberately. His hand closed around the grip. Sarge didn't raise the shotgun. He just shifted his weight, leaning slightly on his cane, and watched. Vrax drew the weapon, held it, stared at it. Then he set it on the deck between them and stepped back. I surrender, he said quietly. On behalf of the Hegemony Occupation Force, I formally cede tactical authority and request terms. Sarge bent down, picked up the sidearm, and tucked it into his belt. Then he pointed his cane at the hatch. Walk. Vrax walked. They emerged from the shuttle into pale afternoon light. The field was quiet now. The prisoners sat in organized rows. The elders stood watch, weapons ready but not raised. The Vrask pack lounged in the shade of a disabled strider, their spines pulsing the lazy green of contentment. Marjorie was there, sitting on a piece of rubble, her plasma torch beside her. She looked up as Vrax approached, and for a moment their eyes met. Chief Engineer Kellen, Vrax said. Commander, you broke my war machine. I broke your certainty. The machine was already fragile. Vrax's mandibles spread in something that might have been a smile in another species. I suppose it was. Sarge gestured to an empty section of ground. Vrax sat. Around him, his soldiers watched their commander surrender to a man holding a cane and felt something fundamental shift in their understanding of the universe. Above them, the silence of stars began its slow climb out of low orbit, not fleeing, not attacking, just ascending, putting distance between itself and the planet that had broken its doctrine. Thren's voice crackled over Vrax's personal comm. Commander, the fleet is requesting permission to commence bombardment operations. They want to... Denied, Vrax said. Sir, we've lost. Tell them to hold position and prepare for negotiation. And Thren? Yes, Commander. Turn off the bombardment protocols. We're not killing civilians to salvage our pride. The comm went silent. Sarge sat down across from Vrax, shotgun resting across his knees. Between them, the burned field stretched empty and scarred. So, Sarge said, let's talk about terms. The negotiation table was a folding card table from the community center's bingo supplies. Someone had wiped the dust off it and set it up in the shadow of a disabled siege strider. Two metal chairs faced each other across the scarred plastic surface. No flags, no ceremony. No witnesses except the afternoon sun and the distant sound of elders securing the perimeter. Marjorie sat on one side, a clipboard in her lap, reading glasses perched on her nose. She changed into a clean shirt. Her hair was tied back. She looked like someone preparing to review quarterly maintenance reports, not dictate terms to an interstellar empire. Vrax sat across from her, his armor dusty and dented, his posture defeated but upright. Between them, a silence that felt heavier than the plasma fire that had preceded it. Marjorie clicked her pen and looked up. Let's begin with damages, she said. Vrax's mandibles clicked once. I expected demands for territory, for reparations, for... I'm not interested in your empire, Commander. I'm interested in my fences. She consulted the clipboard. The pages were handwritten in neat, precise script, itemized, categorized, complete. Eastern perimeter fence, sections 12 through 18, destroyed by plasma fire during your initial insertion. Replacement cost, 4,000 credits. Installation labor, 600 credits. Vrax stared at her. Western watchtower, vaporized. Replacement cost, 12,000 credits. The lumber will need to be imported since you also destroyed our sawmill. That's another 8,000. She turned the page. Community center roof. 3 silo structures. The geothermal pump housing. The workshop, my workshop, which contained tools accumulated over 40 years of collection. Some of those are irreplaceable, but I'll settle for current market value. 73,000 credits. You're billing me. I'm billing the hegemony. You're just the signing authority. Marjorie looked at him over her glasses. Would you prefer I demand something abstract? Territorial concessions? Trade agreements? A formal apology broadcast across your home worlds? Most conquerors do. We're not conquerors, we're residents, and you damaged our property. She set the clipboard on the table and slid it across to him. Vrax picked it up with trembling hands and scanned the pages. Line after line of destroyed infrastructure, damaged equipment, lost crops. Each one priced, calculated, totaled. At the bottom of the final page, a sum. 247,000 credits, Vrax read aloud, for fence posts and roof shingles, and the emotional distress inflicted on Mrs. Chen's cats. That's the line item at the bottom. Vrax found it, 500 credits. Itemized under veterinary consultation, stress-related behavioral issues. He set down the clipboard and laughed. Not humor, something darker, something that recognized absurdity as the only appropriate response to the situation. You could ask for anything, he said. The fleet is in disarray. Command authority is fractured. If you demanded a planet, a moon, a trade concession worth billions, we would have no choice but to negotiate. And you want fence posts. I want my home back the way it was before you arrived. That's impossible. We destroyed too much. Then you'll pay to rebuild it. Vrax was quiet for a long moment. Then he pulled a data tablet from his belt pouch and began entering figures. Authorization codes, transfer protocols, the kind of bureaucratic machinery that powered an empire even when its warships fell silent. Done, he said. The funds will be transferred within 48 hours. Do you have anything else? Marjorie took the clipboard back and flipped to a new page. Yes, the blockade. The blockade is a strategic. The blockade ends immediately. We have medical supplies that were scheduled for delivery 3 weeks ago. People here are dying because you decided this rock was strategically valuable. Vrax's expression shifted. Something that might have been shame flickered across his face. The blockade will be lifted within 6 hours. I'll authorize medical supply drops within 12. Good. Marjorie made a note on her clipboard. Next item. You will reclassify Redstone in your navigational databases. Current designation is Contested Territory. New designation will be Sovereign Civilian Settlement, Non-Intervention Zone. That classification requires council approval. It could take. Then I suggest you call an emergency session, because if one more hegemony ship enters this system without explicit permission, we will consider it an act of renewed hostilities. And, Commander? She looked at him with eyes that had seen wars he couldn't imagine. We will not be as patient next time. Vrax entered the classification change into his tablet. His hands were steady now, not calm, just resigned. Is that all? Almost. One more thing. Marjorie folded her hands on the table. I want you to understand why you lost. I know why I lost. You destroyed our tactical. No, that's how you lost. I want you to understand why. Vrax set down the tablet and met her eyes. You came here expecting a negotiation, Marjorie said. You thought if you applied enough pressure, enough force, enough strategic advantage, we would calculate the cost of resistance and choose surrender. That's how your wars work. Mathematics and coercion. It's effective. Against people who believe they have something left to lose. But we're 73 years old on average, Commander. Most of us have already outlived our own expectations. We've buried children. We've survived wars. We've watched empires rise and fall. We don't calculate cost-benefit ratios anymore. We just ask ourselves one question. Is this worth protecting? She gestured at the ruins around them. The burned fields, the collapsed structures, the scorched earth that still smelled like plasma fire. And the answer was yes. It's always yes. Because this is home, and you don't negotiate about home. You defend it, or you die trying. Vrax was silent. You can't fight that with mathematics, Marjorie continued. You can't model it with AI. You can't predict it or calculate it or optimize it. It just is. And that's why your empire will keep losing wars like this, because you've forgotten that some things can't be reduced to numbers. She picked up her pen and clicked it once. That's all. You're dismissed. Vrax stood slowly. He gathered his tablet, his dignity, and what remained of his composure. Then he stopped and turned back. For what it's worth, he said quietly, I am sorry. not for the strategic decisions. Those were correct, given the parameters. But for underestimating you, for assuming age meant weakness, for believing that civilians were non-threats. That was arrogance, and it cost lives. Marjorie nodded once. Apology noted. Now leave. Vrax walked away across the burned field, his posture straight, but his steps slow. Behind him, Marjorie sat at the folding table and began filling out the next form. Inventory reconstruction, crop rotation schedules, the mundane work of rebuilding. Someone had to do it. Might as well be her. Sarge found Hank in the clinic's makeshift recovery ward 20 minutes later. The building's main structure had survived, but the interior was a disaster. Broken windows, smoke damage, medical supplies scattered across every available surface. Dr. Yunji had set up triage stations in 3 different rooms, sorting the wounded by severity, treating what she could with what she had. Hank sat on a cot in the corner, staring at a glucose monitor that was flashing numbers he didn't want to see. How bad? Sarge asked. Bad enough. Hank didn't look up. I burned through 3 days' worth of reserves in that fight. My levels are crashing faster than Unji can stabilize them, and we're still 3 days out from the supply drop. The blockade's lifting. Vrax authorized medical shipments. 3 days, Sarge. I don't have 3 days. The words hung in the air between them. Not dramatic, not emotional, just factual. The kind of calculation you made when the numbers stopped lying. Sarge sat down on the cot beside him. We won, he said. I know. The war's over. I know that too. They sat in silence for a while. Outside, the sound of reconstruction, hammers on wood, voices calling out measurements, the slow, patient work of putting a broken place back together. You remember Proxima? Hank asked. Yeah. You remember the last supply run? The one where we held that station for 90 days with no resupply? I remember. I drove that convoy, 36 hours straight, dodged artillery fire for half of it, delivered every crate on time. Hank finally looked at Sarge. And now I'm gonna die because a bureaucrat put a blockade on insulin shipments. You're not dying yet. 3 days, Sarge. Then we make it 3 days. Hank laughed. It was a tired sound. You can't negotiate with biology. No, but I can negotiate with Vrax. Sarge stood and walked to the door. He paused, one hand on the frame, and looked back. You held Proxima for 90 days. You can hold this for 3 more. That was different. How? I was younger. So was I. Didn't stop us then. Won't stop us now. Sarge left before Hank could argue. Outside, the sun was setting. The sky burned orange and red, painting the ruins in colors that almost looked beautiful. Marjorie was still at her folding table, working through her clipboard with the methodical precision of someone who had rebuilt too many things to count. Lillian sat nearby with Pumpkin's head in her lap. The Vrask's shoulder plate had been removed, the cracked metal set aside for repairs. Underneath, the plasma burn was visible. Angry red tissue, bioluminescent fluid seeping from the wound. Lillian cleaned it with steady hands while Pumpkin's spines pulsed a slow, patient blue. Rudy was setting charges on the disabled siege striders, not to destroy them, just to make sure they stayed disabled. Insurance. Habit. The kind of caution that kept you alive when trust was expensive. Sarge walked to the perimeter and looked up at the silence of stars. The ship hung in orbit like a monument to failure. Its lights flickered occasionally. System failures. Power rerouting. The slow, grinding work of operating blind. In 72 hours, the blockade would lift. Medical supplies would arrive. Hank would get his insulin. Probably. If the hegemony kept its word. If the supply drop didn't get delayed. If the universe decided to cooperate for once. 3 days. Sarge had held positions for longer. He'd held Proxima for 90 days. He'd held supply lines through hostile territory. He'd held formations when half his unit was dead and the other half was wishing they were. He could hold this. He turned back toward the clinic and started walking. Behind him, the sun slipped below the horizon, and the stars came out one by one. Cold. Distant. indifferent to the wars fought beneath them. The first transport left orbit at 0600 hours on the third day. Sarge watched it go from the clinic's roof, a thermos of coffee in one hand and binoculars in the other. The ship was small, a personnel carrier designed for rapid evacuation. It burned hard away from the planet, its engines flaring blue-white against the pre-dawn sky, and then it was gone. 20 minutes later, a second ship followed, then a third. The exodus had begun. Inside the clinic, Hank lay on a cot with an IV line in his arm and a glucose monitor beeping softly beside him. The numbers were bad. Not catastrophic yet, but trending that direction. Dr. Yunji had done everything she could with what she had: saline drips, oral glucose, careful rationing of the last insulin reserves, but biology didn't care about resourcefulness. Hank's body was shutting down. Slowly, methodically, one system at a time. He'd been unconscious for 6 hours. Yunji sat beside him, monitoring vitals, adjusting flow rates, doing the math over and over in her head. 3 days until the supply drop. Vrax had promised. The blockade was lifting. The transports were leaving. But promises and departure schedules didn't mean the medical supplies were actually coming. She checked her watch. 623 hours. 39 hours since Vrax signed the terms. 33 hours until the scheduled supply drop window opened. If it opened. If they kept their word. If the bureaucracy didn't delay or reroute or decide that a civilian settlement wasn't worth the fuel costs. Yunji pressed her fingers to Hank's wrist, feeling for a pulse. Thready. Weak. Still there. She'd lost too many patients to count over 40 years of field medicine. But those had been combat casualties. Wounds that couldn't be stopped. Damage that no amount of skill could repair. This was different. This was preventable. If the supplies arrived on time, Hank would live. If they didn't, he wouldn't. It was that simple, that cruel. She stood and walked to the window. Outside, the colony was coming back to life. Elders moving debris, hammers ringing against wood, the slow, patient work of reconstruction. Marjorie was out there somewhere with her clipboard, directing repair crews, measuring foundation damage, ordering lumber, life continuing, whether Hank was there to see it or not. The silence of stars began its ascent at 0847 hours. The massive ship had been stationary in low orbit for 3 weeks, a metal moon hanging over Redstone like a threat. Now it was moving. Slowly at first, then with gathering momentum, its engines burning with the kind of power that could crack planets if applied wrong. It climbed, higher, past the orbital defense threshold, past the communication satellites, past the point where it could threaten ground targets with anything short of strategic bombardment. And it kept climbing. Thren stood on the bridge, monitoring the ascent trajectory, watching the altimeter tick upward. Around him the crew worked with quiet efficiency. No celebration. No relief. Just the mechanical execution of a retreat they'd all known was coming since the moment the AI crashed. Vrax sat in the command chair, staring at the view screen. Below, Redstone was shrinking, a brown and green marble against the black. Unremarkable, forgettable, except they would never forget it. "Commander," Thren said quietly, "we're approaching the designated departure altitude. Fleet coordination is requesting final authorization." Vrax didn't respond immediately. He just watched the planet recede, smaller and smaller, until it was just another point of light among millions. "Authorized departure," he said finally. "And Thren?" "Yes, Commander. Tag the system in our navigational database, Class X threat designation, non-intervention protocols, and append a message." "What message, sir?" Vrax was quiet for a moment. Then, warning. "Do not disturb the retirement home." Thren's hands hesitated over the console. "Sir, that's informal. I'm aware. Do it anyway." The message was entered, encrypted, broadcast on all hegemony frequencies and logged in the central navigation repository that every ship in the fleet accessed for jump coordinates. Within 6 hours, every hegemony vessel in the sector would receive the update. Within 3 days, it would propagate across the entire network, and every captain, every navigator, Every strategic planner would see the same notation beside the coordinates for Redstone. Class X threat, non-intervention zone, do not approach. And below it, in text that would survive as long as the database itself, warning, retirement home, inhabitants non-compliant with standard tactical models, recommend permanent avoidance. The message wasn't a joke, it wasn't even sarcasm, it was the truth, encoded in the only language the hegemony understood. Stay away, or learn the same lesson we did. The fleet jumped at 1104 hours. One by one, the ships activated their FTL drives and folded space around themselves, disappearing into the mathematical impossibility of faster-than-light travel. They left no debris, no markers, no evidence they'd ever been there except for the scars on the ground and the database entry that would outlive everyone involved. Sarge watched the last ship vanish and lowered his binoculars. "They're gone," he said. Beside him, Marjorie nodded. She'd climbed up to the roof 20 minutes earlier, her clipboard abandoned, her work temporarily forgotten. Some moments required witnessing. "Do you think they'll come back?" she asked. "No." "You sound certain." "I am. They can't win here. They know it now. And empires don't fight wars they know they'll lose. They just move on to easier targets." Marjorie was quiet for a moment. Then, "Good." They stood together in silence, watching the empty sky where an invasion fleet used to be. Below them, the colony continued its slow resurrection. Fences rising, roofs patched, gardens replanted. The work would take months, maybe years, but it would get done. It always did. "Hank?" Marjorie asked quietly. Sarge's expression tightened. "Still holding, barely. And the supplies? Should be here in 28 hours, should, but might not be. No guarantees in war, or after." Marjorie looked at him. "This isn't war anymore." "Tell that to Hank's body." She had no answer for that. The supply drop came at 1340 hours the next day. Not a hegemony transport, not a military vessel, a civilian cargo hauler, contracted by the Hegemony Logistics Corps, painted in faded corporate colors, and probably older than half the people waiting for it. It burned into atmosphere on a trajectory that was technically legal but wildly inefficient, its pilot clearly unfamiliar with planetary approach vectors. The ship wobbled, overcorrected, wobbled again, then finally stabilized and descended toward the colony's landing pad with all the grace of a drunk seagull. It touched down hard. Landing gear groaned. The hull ticked as it cooled. The cargo ramp dropped. Yunji was already running across the field, medical bag in hand, Lillian and 3 others behind her. They reached the ramp as the pilot emerged, a bored-looking contractor who consulted a data pad and gestured vaguely toward the cargo hold. "Medical supplies. 16 crates. Sign here." Yunji didn't sign. She pushed past him and climbed into the hold. 16 crates, stacked haphazardly, labeled in Hegemony standard shipping notation. She grabbed a crowbar from the wall mount and pried open the first crate. Insulin, 20 vials, refrigerated, intact. She opened the second crate. Immunosuppressants, heart medication, pain management patches, all there. She opened the third crate and started laughing. Not humor, relief. The kind of laughter that happened when tension finally broke and the body didn't know what else to do with the energy. Lillian climbed up beside her. "Yunji, it's here, all of it, everything we need. Hank, get him ready, I'm coming." Yunji grabbed 2 vials of insulin and ran. She burst into the clinic 10 minutes later, breathing hard, and went straight to Hank's cot. He was still unconscious, still gray, still dying, but not for much longer. She prepped the injection with hands that shook from adrenaline and exhaustion and 3 weeks of sustained terror that this moment might never come. She checked the dosage twice, 3 times. Then she found a vein and pushed the plunger. The insulin entered Hank's bloodstream and went to work. It didn't happen immediately. Biology took time, but after 5 minutes, the glucose monitor's alarm stopped wailing. After 10 minutes, the numbers started climbing. After 15 minutes, Hank's breathing deepened. After 20 minutes, his eyes opened. He stared at the ceiling for a long moment, confused and disoriented. Then he turned his head and saw Yunji sitting beside him, tears streaming down her face, an empty syringe in her hand. Did we win? He asked. Yeah, we won. Good. His eyes closed again. Wake me when there's coffee. And then he was asleep. Not unconscious. Not dying. Just sleeping. The kind of deep, exhausted sleep that came after you'd held on long enough for the cavalry to arrive. Yunji stayed beside him for another hour, monitoring vitals that finally looked normal. Then she stood, wiped her face, and walked outside. The sun was setting. The sky burned orange and gold. Across the field, the supply crates were being unloaded and inventoried. Marjorie was checking items off her clipboard. Sarge was directing placement. Lillian was administering medication to the other patients who'd been rationing and suffering in silence. Life continuing. Yunji sat down on the clinic steps and let herself breathe for the first time in 3 days. It was over. The war, the siege, the countdown. The fear that they'd won the battle but lost the people they were trying to protect. It was over, and they were still here. Pumpkin found her 20 minutes later. The Vrask limped over, his repaired shoulder plate gleaming dully in the sunset light, and sat down beside her. He was too big for the steps. His haunches hung off the edge. But he settled in anyway, his spines pulsing a soft, steady green. Content. Yunji reached out and scratched behind his ear fin, Pumpkin's eyes half closed in pleasure. You did good, she said quietly. Pumpkin rumbled. Not a growl. Something else. The sound a creature made when it was exactly where it wanted to be. Protected. Loved. Home. Across the field, Sarge raised his thermos in silent salute. Yunji raised hers back. Above them, the stars came out one by one. Cold. Distant. But not indifferent anymore. Because somewhere in the vast database of the Hegemony's navigational network, a warning now existed. A message that would outlast everyone who'd written it. Do not disturb the retirement home. And for the first time in 3 weeks, that felt like enough. The fence went up on a Tuesday, not the whole fence. Just section 14, the part that had been vaporized during the initial invasion. Marjorie stood in the morning light with a post-hole digger and a level, measuring twice before each hole, muttering to herself about proper depth and load-bearing calculations. Sarge held the posts steady while she worked. Hank mixed concrete in a wheelbarrow, moving slower than he used to, but moving. Lillian strung wire between the uprights, her hands steady and sure. They worked in silence. Not the heavy silence of tension, but the comfortable quiet of people who'd done this kind of work together before. Who knew the rhythm. Who understood that some things didn't need words. By noon, section 14 was standing. Straight. Level. Solid. Marjorie stepped back and nodded once. Good enough. They moved on to section 15. The community center roof took 3 days. The lumber came in on a supply hauler 2 weeks after the invasion ended, along with the medical supplies, the replacement water pump parts, and 600 pounds of concrete mix. Rudy and a crew of 5 spent the first day just clearing debris. The old roof had collapsed in 3 places, leaving exposed rafters and water damage that would need addressing before winter. They worked methodically, cut away the damaged sections, reinforced the supports, measured and cut new shingles from the imported sheets of corrugated steel that weren't pretty, but would last another 40 years if installed right. By the 3rd day, the roof was sealed, not finished, not painted, but functional. Rain wouldn't get in anymore. That was enough. Rudy stood on the ridge beam and looked out across the colony. From up here you could see the progress, the eastern perimeter rebuilt, the silos patched, the clinic's windows replaced. The workshop, Marjorie's workshop, still a charred foundation, but someone had already staked out the dimensions for a new one. Life continuing. He climbed down and went to help with the water tower. The scrap forge rose again in early autumn. Marjorie didn't want to rebuild it at first. The thought of going back into that space, of seeing where her tools had been, where her projects had stood, where 40 years of collected knowledge had burned to ash, it felt like visiting a grave. But the colony needed it, needed the welding equipment, needed the machine shop, needed a place where broken things could be fixed and impossible problems could be solved with enough patience and the right tools. So she drew up plans, ordered materials, marked out the foundation on ground that still smelled faintly of smoke. The new building was smaller, more efficient, better ventilated. She added fireproof panels between the work areas and installed a sprinkler system fed by the repaired water tower. Lessons learned. Scars acknowledged. When the walls went up, she didn't paint them, just left them bare metal, silver and honest in the sunlight. On the day the roof beams were installed, Sarge showed up with a bottle of whiskey and 2 cups. Christening, he said. They sat on the new foundation and drank in silence, watching the sun set through the skeletal frame of the building. "You ever think about leaving?" Sarge asked. "After all that? No. You?" "No." He took another sip. "This is home. Fought too hard to keep it to walk away now." Marjorie looked at the half-built workshop, at the colony beyond it, at the people moving between structures with purpose and tools, and the stubborn refusal to let trauma define them. "Yeah," she said. "It is." Pumpkin's armor became something of a tourist attraction. Not that there were tourists, but the colonists made a point of walking past the clinic where Pumpkin spent most of his days, lounging in the shade with the rest of the Vrask pack. His shoulder plate had been repaired after the battle, but Marjorie had left the damage visible. The crack, the plasma scoring, the dent where a round had hit and failed to penetrate, and the orange letters repainted fresh and bright. "Good boy." Children, the few who lived on the colony, would stop and stare. Adults would nod respectfully. Pumpkin seemed to understand he was being honored, though he probably didn't understand why. He was just a Vrask who'd chosen a pack, and the pack had survived. That was enough. Lillian would sit with him in the afternoons, scratching behind his ear fins, talking quietly about nothing important. The weather, the garden yield, how Mrs. Chen's cats were finally starting to relax again. Pumpkin's spines would pulse that slow, steady green. Content. Home. Exactly where he wanted to be. One day a new colonist arrived. Young, maybe 30. She'd heard about Redstone through the veteran networks. Heard that it was quiet. Safe. A place where you could retire and not worry about the universe finding you again. She saw Pumpkin on her first day and froze. "That's a Vrask," she said. "That's Pumpkin," Lillian corrected. "Vrask are bioweapons. They're supposed to be—" "He's family." Lillian's voice was calm but absolute. "And if you're staying here, you'll treat him as such." The newcomer looked at Pumpkin, at the armor, at the lettering, at the way he lounged peacefully in the afternoon sun like the galaxy's most dangerous lapdog. "Okay," she said quietly. "Family." She reached out slowly. Pumpkin sniffed her hand, decided she was acceptable, and allowed precisely 3 seconds of ear scratching before returning to his nap. The newcomer smiled. "I think I'm going to like it here." The BBQ happened on the first day of spring. Nobody planned it officially. It just sort of emerged organically from a week of people saying, "We should do something," and "Remember when we used to have those cookouts, and I still have that grill in storage." By noon, half the colony had gathered in the community center's yard. Tables borrowed from storage, chairs that didn't quite match, a grill that Hank had spent 3 hours cleaning and another hour coaxing back to operational status. The smell of grilled meat drifted across the colony. Burgers, sausages, vegetables for the people who'd decided meat was negotiable in their 70s. Real food, simple food, the kind of meal that said, "We survived and we're here, and this is ours." Marjorie sat at one of the tables with a plate of food she was too full to finish and a glass of something that might have been lemonade or might have been lightly alcoholic. Nobody was asking questions. Sarge sat across from her, working through his third burger with the methodical efficiency of someone who'd survived on ration bars for too long. "You ever think we'd get here?" he asked. "Here specifically, or just alive?" "Either." Marjorie considered. "No, I thought we'd fight. I thought we'd probably die. I thought maybe we'd take enough of them with us that the next group would think twice. But we didn't die. No, we didn't." Hank appeared beside the table with a tray of fresh burgers. His color was good. His hands were steady. The insulin shipments were arriving on schedule now, every 2 weeks like clockwork. Biology cooperating for once. "Refills?" he asked. "I'm good," Marjorie said. "Sarge?" Hit me. Hank dropped another burger on Sarge's plate and moved on to the next table. Behind him, Lillian was attempting to teach Pumpkin not to beg for food. It wasn't going well. The Vrask had discovered that if he sat very still and made his spines pulse orange, humans would give him scraps. He was exploiting this ruthlessly. Dr. Yunji sat with a group of younger colonists, explaining proper wound care and laughing at a joke someone made about field medicine. Rudy was demonstrating the proper way to tie a bowline knot to a teenager who looked both confused and impressed. Life continuing. Not the life they'd had before. That was gone. Burned away with the workshop and the silos and the certainty that peace was something you could take for granted. But this life, this worked. As the sun set, someone produced a guitar. Someone else started singing. Old songs. The kind that everybody knew the chorus to, even if they couldn't remember the verses. Voices joined in, harmonizing badly, laughing when they forgot the words. Marjorie found herself humming along, not singing, just existing in the moment, surrounded by people who'd bled beside her, who'd refused to surrender, who'd looked at an empire and said not here. She glanced up at the sky. The stars were coming out, cold, distant, but not threatening anymore. For 3 weeks she'd looked at those stars and seen enemies, seen threats, seen the shapes of warships that could end everything she'd built. Not anymore. Now they were just stars. Beautiful and indifferent and exactly what they'd always been. She turned her back to them and looked at her friends instead, at Sarge, who'd held a line he had no business holding, at Hank, who'd driven when his body was shutting down, at Lillian, who'd turned weapons into family, at Unji, who'd kept people alive through pure stubbornness and 40 years of skill, at 47 people who'd been told they were obsolete and had proven otherwise. Someone passed her the guitar. She waved it off. I don't play. Neither do half of us, Sarge said. That's not the point. She took the guitar, strummed once. The sound was terrible. Everyone cheered anyway. She handed it to the next person and settled back into her chair. Somewhere in the Hegemony's database a warning existed, a marker that would outlast everyone who'd fought here. A message that said, these people cannot be calculated. These people will not surrender. These people are dangerous not because they're strong, but because they've already decided what they're willing to die for. Do not disturb the retirement home. Marjorie hoped that message lasted forever. Hoped that every navigator who pulled up the coordinates for Redstone would see it and choose a different destination. Hoped that the lesson they'd taught would save the next colony, the next group of people who just wanted to be left alone. But even if it didn't, even if someday another empire showed up with another invasion fleet and another set of calculations, well, they'd dealt with that before. They could deal with it again. The music continued. The stars watched. The smoke from the grill drifted up into the night sky like a signal, like a declaration, like proof that some things couldn't be burned away no matter how hard you tried. They came for the weak. They found the ones who'd survived the impossible. And now? Now they knew why we retired.